Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the WARNO League Grand Finals of Season 5, everybody. We have two of the best WARNO players of all times coming around, Mix90 and Babblegun here today. And, alright, I'm really excited. Best of 5 coming up. We have a lot of stats ready. We have two players that really showed us some amazing matches so far. And, yeah, what do you think? Will we see game number 5? And let's get a bit into the stats and fact informations about this game and what we will get here with these two players.
Yeah. So as far as like game 5 potential, I think extremely high currently. Like the very difficult to look at either of these players and see them like see them as superior to each other. Basically, I'd say that maybe Scoop's performance was just a little bit weaker in the games versus Dahlbrecher, and maybe that's a little bit of a potential, but it also could have been just a complete fluke. Could have also just been that that like nothing necessarily indicative of anything. And I would say that the main kind of psychological difference here is that I believe Mix 90 is quite young and Scoof isn't. So maybe maybe concerns of stress, concerns of excitement over the prize money and stuff like this. Maybe emotional lashing out personally when you lose a game, or when you feel like you've made a mistake. These are all skills that people develop as they age via dialectical improvement in their personalities. And the younger people can have a worse time with them.
Yeah, and if we look at the stats here, both of them having a phenomenal win rate, not quite without losses this season so far. They did drop a couple of maps, but nothing in particular. And both of them hate Kreider, which is pretty interesting. If we look over the all-time bans of maps, Kreider being the most banned on both sides. So I feel like Mix 90 is going to offer us there some good games here. And yeah, as you pointed out, there is a lot on the line. We have a price pool of $666 already. If you guys want to push that even higher, you can do so via Matcherino. We haven't gotten any new codes, unfortunately, but you can still contribute directly. And first prize money currently already $310 without any further contributions. So that is a significant amount of the ruse there on the way. And this is also the time where I have to say mea culpa. I ordered a Cold War uniform, guys. I ordered a pretty cool Cold War uniform as well. Like a replica of Elvis uniform from his time in Germany. But I ordered it from the UK, and customs didn't like it, and it's currently stuck in customs. So I don't have that just yet. I hope I will be able to receive it soon, but currently it's stuck in customs. Yeah, which is pretty annoying.
I mean, you would expect them to be very serious about private citizens exporting military equipment, of course.
Yeah, but obviously it's not really military equipment. But yeah,
I mean, yeah.
it's uh, I don't think I can fool anybody with with these uniform, but we will see. And that's all. If I will get it, if when I will get it, and hopefully have it for the next quarterfinals. I am sorry there to have you guys let down. Just suit it up like per usual instead. And yeah, we are having a really interesting one. And yeah, if we look further at the stats of the two players, so they are both pretty good against infantry divisions. The win rate there is pretty high. Uh, but in general, more play against tank divisions is out there. Tank divisions or mechanized divisions are the main thing currently going on. Interesting to see that Mix's win rate against NATO is a lot lower than against Pact, which I think is nice for him here, because usually we see Scuff playing a good bit more mechanized, aren't we? Pact mechanized.
Yeah, Scoof's play style, even though I think it contains a little bit more of just kind of daring aggro, or maybe like even like cheesy mechanized aggro openers compared to Pro Comi, I would say that the Pro Comi influence is absolutely there, and Pro Comi's peak strategy is basically trying to transition into a very numbers heavy mid game like fire supremacy with a lot of artillery and a lot of mechanized divisions. I think if you, it's a very proven strategy that benefits a lot from basically uh, developing knowledge of macro knowledge, when to buy something, what is the indicator that you need to start the next process of this and that unit combination. And I believe also there might be a little bit of an relation that Kryder is a very powerful pro commie map. So maybe Scoof is just tired in their practice runs of losing on it.
Yeah, and Velgun here also better against Pack than against NATO, which is interesting. Though played a lot more against NATO this season, and the ratio there is not that far in between. Did lose against an airborne division here. If we have a look uh, into it, the opponent's airborne was against mixed 90s as they played before in the group stage. They're both coming out of the same group. To look into the past here, where both of these players actually already faced off this season, and it was a loss for Bubblegum there, or Scoof X90 getting a 2-0 there. So shows how strong this group was. We knew that beforehand. Pro Comi, previous season champion, dropping out in group stage, so we knew that these two had to be good. But yeah, 690 coming in as a favorite because of that statistic, though Battlegun still finished first in the group in the end. So, and had a really good run here coming into all of this. Mix 90 though also just dominating his quarterfinal and really strong in the semifinal. So I still feel like Mix 90 is the slight favorite in this one.
Yeah, Mix is absolutely on a roll, and I think the possibility of getting into the finals and the great results early on really probably boosted a lot of his energy. I think it's especially something like the MNAD victory over 79th, even back then considered a very powerful armored division. I would love to see Mix 90 break a mold here, show us a powerful MNAD play. It's probably not something that Scoof is going to ban, despite the history of it. But MNAD has such a great counter tank mid to late game, massing ATGMs and not really suffering from the inherent debuffs of airborne divisions that other airborne divisions have, such as having a lot really bad support equipment and all of that.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one there in that regard as well. And Battlegun here coming along with the victory against Starby here, which was really hard fought, but got him there in the last game. That series was really interesting as well. I also didn't like feels like the Scoof, aka Bubblegun, always comes up with quite different forms into a series. He still can give everybody a fight even on his bad days, but the difference between his good and his bad days are really massive, I feel like. And it's going to be interesting to see if we see him on good form or on his like not quite so good form, which is still obviously better than 99% of players out there. But I feel like he needs to be on good form to really have a shot here today.
Yeah, it's like as I said, personality and the emotional stability, all of this when you're in a 1v1 situations. I don't think we really have a ban on people being simultaneously coached or talking to their friends in between games, but I'm not aware of that ever really happening. These are still relatively lonesome affairs. And you know, we all know that the ladder anxiety, the 1v1 ranked anxiety that happens, that it dominates a lot of especially real-time strategy games. You could probably imagine that the grand finals of Division 1 with monetary incentive kind of recreates the same experience in many ways, the same anxiety that you kind of need to beat, especially in the first games. And if something goes wrong early on, you know, we've seen people give up, people especially in after like one or two losses, just wanting to get into the next game and deciding that they've lost a little bit too early, or straight up just giving up. I think the series of really bad RNGs in a wrong position can shake even the most confident Warno player.
Yeah, and it is their first shot on the trophy, as not their first shot, but the chance for them to lift it for the first time. Scoof has been in the final before. Mix 90 has been in semifinals before as well, and both of them uh, have had great results in the past, but never quite lifting it all the way up. Uh, Mix 90 also in season 0.5. Yeah, I was not quite sure. I just had to check the records. He got beaten by Team and Plays there in season 0.5. He made it into a semifinal in the previous runs as well. Season 2, Scoof did fail there, so it's the first time. We will have a first time championship for one of these two players here for and they both are not new to the finals, but both of the times one of them made it into the finals, it didn't went well here. Mix losing 0-3 to Teeman in season 0.5, and in season 2, when we have a look there, or was it season 3? I guess it was season 3, wasn't it? Where Scoof got beaten uh, pretty significantly as well. Yeah, by Vo 3-0 as well. So the experience that they come in with into this final, not the greatest memories here from either of them, but they have to shake them off and have to bring it around.
Well, he's referencing Birthfax. Haven't seen a Birthfax a little bit, but yeah, it's like Mix 90 had a reputation of being these kind of these whippersnapper players, sometimes really, really performing well, having their kind of developing certain kinds of strategies behind the ways that they would dominate ladder, either with overpowered divisions or just realizing that you can exploit certain unique combinations if you are daring enough with them. And these haven't seen that kind of development in Warno in some time. Of course, everybody always finds something new, something to be exploited, something that's more efficient than the stuff against it. But Warno for longest time has been kind of stable in many ways,
Yeah,
and
and
made
Mix 90 really has learned how to use that, as he has found a way to basically make every division work. He is one of our most flexible players now, whilst he wasn't quite doing that in the past. Like, his openers were pretty predictable, his playstyle was relatively predictable as well, like something like that we have in some of the other top level players like Tiberius Rancor as well, but that has changed. Like, there are still a couple of mannerisms that you can identify him by, but he is capable of playing any division out there, and he has shown that in ranked as well, moving up the ranked ladder to rank number 1 for a long time now. Currently, he is up, if we have a look here into the game, uh, he is up 189 to 7 this season, and he has played a lot more than Scoof this season when it comes to playing ranked. So that's why he is up here. Scoof not even on the first page here, not even on the second page if I remember correctly, because he hasn't played that much ranked, but he has played a lot of Warno as well, and that being off the ladder might even be a bit of help, as Mix 90 obviously also is known because of this. Like, a couple of his divisions, like his Mnet and so on, I would be really surprised if we don't see that getting banned, especially as Scoof has lost to it in the group stage before.
So the coin flip is not working out, but it's happening right now.
Okay, yeah, we have the coin flip for who gets player 1 or player 2. With the blind picks that we have by now, though, that isn't really any big advantage anymore. It's just this, maybe it gets you an advantage for you being able to get the counter pick or the first pick in map 1. And if you like that, that can help. But yeah, we have hats, and that means Scoof is able to get the pick here. And that should be pretty interesting. What he wants to pick here, and then we're gonna get into the pick and ban here in a minute. So really excited for this. Gives you guys a second here to go over to the match arena again and help out with the crowdfunding. And like the like the video down below, the stream down below on YouTube if you're around. So let's see how all of this will goes. Both of the players, yeah, with seem to be ready now. So picks and bans is up, and yeah, let's see what we get as. Okay, Babblegun is hosting, so he's going to have the first map and division pick, and Mix is going to have the first counter pick.
Yeah, I'm skimming the stats here, and funnily enough, 16th Belgium. Last time we got stats had a 100% win ratio, and it has now climbed to the most pick division, but running down to the win percentage of 44, with 9 picks and 4 wins, 5 losses. So 16th DE,
Yeah,
getting the treatment, but also 152nd. 100% win ratio with 3 victories and no losses.
yeah, this is the pick from the playoff stages from all divisions, and yeah, bands band division 20th Panzerna still up there. Second Panzer Grenadier makes sense as well. Div Mob and 4th Division, all of those are pretty familiar picks as well. Highest picked map is Kreider, which is interesting. But yeah, here we go. Picks and bans are online. First ban already coming in. So let's get into the action here. And map bans surrounded. Let's see if we see Kreider banned. I would expect so, but maybe we see something else. Surrounded makes 1% sense against Mix 90. He has shown, yeah, there we go. Kreider ban coming up right after. Mix 90 has shown amazing games on Surrounded so far. I don't think anybody can beat him there, and it makes really perfect sense as Scoof to ban that first. Vertigo and Mount River here, 2 of the old maps banned by Mix 90. He is pretty familiar with the new maps. He has played them a lot of ranked, so makes sense to ban the old maps and try to focus on the new ones. 20th Panzerna, one of the most classic bans here. 7th Panzer, that's an anti-Scoof ban. Scoof has played them a good bit and has shown great potential with those. So, yeah, interesting mix here by Mix 90. The 7th Panzer as the direct ban against Scoof. 20th Panzerna just as keeping with the meta. And there goes 2nd Panzer Grenadier and 16th Belgian. Interesting. Do we get the Mnet ban? Is my big question. Yeah, there we go. Final ban is the Mnet. It's sad that we're not gonna see Mix 90 on it again, but it just makes sense to take his best weapon away. He is so good with that division.
The cream of NATO aggro, 2nd Panzer Grenadier, 16th Panzerdivisie, and MNAD. The 3 unquestioned kings with no competitors really to any one of them in their own categories. I would say, of course. 79th getting banned here. Very predictable, probably a pretty decent ban against Scoof or against anybody really. Funnily enough, the picks and bans went perfectly NATO and packed, with the packed armored, especially the 20th, 7th, 79th getting hit here. I mean, Scoof still has a wide flavor of powerful packed armored divisions to go for. There's 31st, there's 119th even. There are, of course, 9th Panzer is one of the more probable ones, I believe, that are going to get picked maybe later on, not immediately.
Both of the Czechoslovak divisions obviously have a pretty good setup as well for some of the better maps. as we're waiting for Scoof to pick the first map and the first division. We have Izura left, we have Airport and Black Forest left, we have Omen and Chandra. So both of our mirrored maps coming around. I would expect those most likely to be played first here. And I kind of can't see another Izura map 5 situation here with Airport and Black Forest game 3 and 4. We have seen it a good couple of times now. Izura not quite being annoying enough to be banned, but also nobody wants to pick it. So it usually ends up being the decider game. And we have seen some really good games on it. So I would be up for that once more here. But so far, I would expect some balanced maps here with Omen and Chandra, which are the two mirrored maps, to go first. And I would expect Scoof to pick Chandra, and then Mix90 picking Omen if we have to go into the players here.
Yeah, I'd say Chandra is a pretty much a school pick here. You can probably even recognize it from a lot of the bands here. So Chandra with 59 Descent of Sturmovaya, with the heavy infantry division that pretends to be a light infantry division with endless capacities to keep up aggression. Chandra is a large map, and it's a map that basically grinds at a wide front line. Divisions that run out of steam, or divisions that can't have like the sustain in keeping up constant reinforcements, are going to have a problem with Chandra. And 56 is now a proven powerful. Beating recently against the Stahlbrecher, the other very powerful Chandra division, which is 8th US Infantry.
Yep, I would expect a division with some heavy artillery out of Mix90. I'm not quite sure how much he played the Spanish. He might have played it a good bit lately, or at least be familiar with Spanish equipment. So that could be a choice here. Trying to play something a bit more aggressive, but let's see what we're gonna get here out of Mix90. Oh, 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 bringing in the Mix90 flavor. Okay, yeah, this guy can play any
Starting out
division,
strong,
and
folks.
he is going to set the stage from the first game here. 152nd, we have seen him on. We have seen him on other, like, lower class infantry divisions that a lot of people say are unplayable and people can't win with. And what we get here is a division that a lot of people see as maybe the weakest division in the game right now, and that is the National Guard's 35th US Infantry Division. And this is going to be a hot matchup already in the first one, because if one player can make 35th work, it is going to be Mix90. Ooh, and we get a Black Forest with first Canadian. Okay, going a bit off the... Okay, I would have expected Omen. Black Forest makes sense as well. It's a good map for Mix90. He has had some of his best successes on that map. And first Canadian is a division that has enough fancy toys as well to really feel good in the hands of Mix90.
Yeah,
Doesn't have the
I
strongest front line,
predict.
but yeah.
Yeah, I would predict maybe sixth Motostrelkovaya or ninth Panzer counter, maybe both of them the powerful AA counter, as well as the ability for both of them to field way more powerful tanks than the Canadians. Also, MiG-21s are nice to have against the AT rocket helis. About the 35th Infantry Division, like the 35th Infantry Division has way more armor relatively, way more tank slots relatively than other infantry divisions due to it being largely a cavalry formation, which in the US military means tanks. And the it's going to be very interesting to see 35th, which is known for its ability to centralize forces, to do the big mega block. 35th we've seen in close quarters maps, like urban maps, played way more than on the wider maps. And but like 56th is still a close quarters fighting division largely. Its defensive capabilities with Conqueror's missiles and Bastion missiles are still very strong, and not to be messed with, especially as the fagots are going to be more than enough to penetrate all the patterns in 35th. But I am teeming with excitement. I am bubbling about seeing Mix90 try to play 35th so widely, because it's clearly there's going to be some thinking behind it. I would be very surprised if there wasn't. And first Canadian, of course, happy to see it. Canadians are very fun to play. Their weaknesses are, of course, in their tank capacities, but with strong infantry and strong air, and a strong mid-game transition into the tanks, Black Forest is pretty much played out. I think players rarely overextend too much on Black Forest, especially in tank attacks, knowing having all of this practical experience about how long it takes for enemies to fortify and what position to fortify. Like the I would say the Scoop's natural counter would have been 7th Panzer, probably the immediate air counter attack, and then just taking the T-72s out there, knowing that the enemy is going to have to build like a wider front line to actually counter a small force of T-72s, as long as 7th Panzer had enough anti-air.
And what I would expect here is maybe a first Tankova pick here. If you have a look at the stats again, we just had them out, and now I can't find them anymore. I just have them in the same tab. Yeah, I do. Okay. First Tankova hasn't been picked as much in the playoffs anymore, and what do we get instead? Is a fifth plane day. Okay, so it's a pretty similar kind of setup. Light, strong tanks, a lot of good ATGMs on both sides, and some better anti-tank infantry on the French side versus some better chunkier infantry squads on the side of the Canadians. So that is an interesting one. As we go into airport map number 3, so we will get an Omen and Izura game 4 and 5, and we see the second guards. Yeah, it's a division that has made significant impact already since it came out with the latest Nemesis DLC, and it is a pretty flexible division, so picking that one for airport as a first pick makes sense, and knowing that counter-picking that is not that easy.
Yeah, I mean the fifth Blindé pick here is interesting because the air tab is just so much weaker than the Canadians, and the Roland 3s and Roland 2s are good, but they are not books. They're not Eyehawks. They're range differences, and also the fact that they're kind of supposed to act in tandem with a tank attack that's going to be pushed by the Canadians against the Canadians. That is Scoop's tactic to basically do a ground counterattack to the Canadian air opener. Otherwise, I don't really see Fifth Blindé being that great in the late game. If First Canadian can just secure enough in the early game, the AMX-30s are not going to be that great at attacking the combined front lines of both modern ATGMs and just like Leopard ones, not the best Leopard ones, but still like more than enough to fight defensively and more efficient against the AMX-30s due to their lack of extra HE equipment.
Yeah, and the airport matchup here, I would expect Mix90 to pick something with a bit of heavy tank potential in it as well, but it's something that at the same time has to go a bit faster. Like maybe it's something like 11th ACAF I could see here coming up, because second guards, obviously you don't want to have them just develop into their late game where they can roll around with a T80 UD into you on the map where that T80 UD can dominate the most. And oh, we go even lighter. It's not 11th ACAF. It is an aggressive American division though, but it is the 9th Infantry instead. And that is a hot choice here as well. So Skiv is playing the more classic current mechanized divisions, while Mix90 is going the Mix90 low on the ground path that we have seen a good couple of times from him before. In the semifinals, he picked a bit more classic with some of the normal mech divisions showing up, but here he is picking his flavor picks like 9th US Infantry. We have seen him on that division before, though I'm not quite sure how much we have seen him on it this season. But he is really good with that division. So
yeah,
that makes sense.
Yes, 9th Infantry. 9th Infantry is a great division at like the first 15 to 20 minutes on airport. Like the ability to have your really powerful infantry attacks really fast deployed as well, with all the Humvees, as well as the combined helicopter and they're not, are they called LS, the what the FAVs, not the LSVs, the FAVs, 120 kph raiding buggies, basically. Using those, also great sniper positions with a lot of towers, so you get a little extra out of the 50 cal sniper rifles. The 9th Infantry here, I see the path to victory, but it's really gonna be up to Scuff to basically kind of deal with the very predictable and very predictable aggro that can also exploit the like really wide territories of airport. There are so many different places to threaten the enemy reinforcement lines. There are these moments, especially early on, when you're going to try to fight against this like very predictable urban assault from 9th Infantry, and that is when Scoof really has to perform early on. I don't have the DLC, so I'm not as well versed with what specifically Second has, but just you know, I believe we would especially need Scoof to do really good air and helicopter play to basically try to like plug the gaps early on, remove all of the backline action stuff, and deal with the air to ground potential of 9th, which is probably going to be the only way they can reliably attack against the heavy tanks of Second.
Yeah,
And here we
now
have
makes
Isura with 4th Division.
yeah, Izura is a map where you need to pick a division like 4th Division, so that makes perfect sense. It's a map that favors the heavy mech forces with good artillery. 4th Division is exactly that. That can go into the middle fight with enough autocannons, with enough heavy artillery to bombard that stuff, and with a couple of heavier tanks that can actually take the fights. And yeah, Mix 90 showing that he is fine with playing any kind of style. We have the National Guard division, which people who want to slander them would call reservist slop, as we see that currently being misused as a pronoun for everything that is out there currently, and that isn't in
Yeah.
US highest quality division. Just like we see it currently in the Nemesis 6 wars, where people try to slander 6.3 as a supposed reservist slop as well, completely unfounded. But yeah, 31st Takeover is a similar division, so that should be a hot one as well. And we get Omen as the final map, so that should be an interesting one, as it's all pretty hard to pick there with the blind pick. Now, the last pick is being blind picked by both sides at the same time, so they don't know what the other side is going to pick. No counter pick there in the final game, and that is a lot of mind games there as well. So it's going to be interesting. We have a pick already for both sides. Okay. And it's going to be Mix 90 with another sweet one in our division, but it is the 4th versus Brunette. So this is a great roster of divisions. Skiff playing a bit more to the standard here, picking two of the divisions that beat him in the semifinals, so maybe having a bit of a learning experience there as well. With 5th Division, with 5th Blinde and Brunette, the two divisions that Dalbrecht got a victory against Scoof with. And on the other side, we have Mix 90 with really the perfect roster. A heavy tank division with the 4th Divisor, a light tank division with 4th Armored, a light motorized division with 9th, a medium motorized division with Canadian, and the 35th. So this final should have everything to offer that is possible in WARNO currently, and hopefully we also get to see it all. Game number 5 would be amazing. And yeah, players are getting ready. Chandra, map number 1, 35th versus 56 VDV.
Yeah, my personal the matchup I am most excited about, just personally, is going to be the 9th motorized versus 2nd Tamanskaya Gvardeyskaya Motostrelkovaya Divizia, and this is because I would personally have predicted something like a 4th Divizia or 5th Panzer pick as a counter to the Tamanskaya, but if 9th can Uh, it's a big play from Mix. Is all I'm saying. Like Ninth Infantry is it is exceptional in how outgunned it is here. I would say that even in the first game, 56 versus 35th, the technology levels are still relatively equivalent, but Ninth does get outgunned and basically has to just get every single one of its special tools out, all the extra prototype stuff, all the extra recon, and even then, Ninth is going to be playing on a map where, especially like something like a backpoint attack, like getting into the enemy 2-point zone, is notoriously difficult. The fourth division versus 31st, I'm also excited to see that, just because I think those are kind of, in my opinion, the premier straight up armored divisions, the medium aggro armored divisions in both NATO and Pact. And I think Isura is a nice map to play that with. The Dutch are, in my experience, the Dutch are not the greatest on Isura because you just can't rely on their infantry to perform as well. So that's going to be something that the 31st probably can exploit with their Czechoslovak infantry.
Yeah. 56 VDV here on the first one versus the wild pick, like the one where Mix really threw it out there with the 35th. We have seen him on that division in the past as well. We haven't seen him in a while on it though, and that should be pretty interesting, as the gamble is up as well for everybody who's interested in that. And yeah, if you have a look, I don't believe Mix 90 has played the division this season. As yeah,
Has
yes,
anybody?
has anybody is a good question. That might be actually one of the reasons why he picked it, because he wants every single division to show up in the playoffs. I don't believe so. 35th, if we have a look here. 35th infantry, 0 picks, 0 bans. Yeah, and I don't believe it has been played in the normal league season either, but I would have to dive deeper into the stats there. Both of the players are in the session now, so we should get in here in a second, as it's going to be a pretty interesting one here with Mix 90 coming in with a really, really hot pick.
Yeah, I mean, you just really want to root for Mix 90 with this pick. This is a kind of a crowd pleaser. I would say that Mix wants to get the crowd on his side, even if this is a loss, which it very well could be. School 56 VDV is still School 56 VDV, especially on Chandra, nothing to be messed with. And but just the sheer audacity of bringing out 35th is I'm so hyped for this. I really appreciate taking the risky pick early on and not in one of the later games when you are predicting that your enemy is also going to be tired and you're gonna get your second wind by pulling out a ace from your sleeve.
Yeah,
And
if we look here into
but
the
no,
picks
no,
of,
Mix 90 knows what's up.
if we look into the stats of the players, like the only division played before this season by Scoof are what we see with 56, because we saw that in the semifinal. And then also he played uh, one game with, which was it? Fifth Blinde. He played that one before as well. But outside of that, his division picks are also different from what he picked in the past. And yeah, this season Mix 90 has not really played any of the divisions he's picking here either. So this is the only one that he has played before was the first Canadian. All the other divisions are new divisions for him as well, showing how flexible these top players are. Like, we had a couple of claims in the previous seasons that people are just doing too much uh, one-trick ponying through to the finals. With the new pick and ban system, especially in the finals, where you have to pick 5 different divisions, that is not possible. Didn't really happen last season either. Like in the grand finals, we had 10 different
Right.
divisions as well. But yeah, they are now in the game, so let's get in there. Mix versus Scoof, game number 1. Let's get into the action.
Yeah, there's is this the right map?
No, oh no, it is. Yeah, it is
Yeah,
Chandra. Yeah, it is.
it is Chandra, but
It
Am I stupid?
Oh, it might be a 2v2
Is it?
variant. Yeah.
Yeah, this is this
Yeah. Yeah,
lacking
yeah,
2
yeah.
points.
Yeah.
The wrong, the wrong play.
They
Yeah.
already identified that. So we're
Yep.
gonna have them in the session again. It is. I was also first like, this is Vertigo, right? Because it looked like the zones looked off, but then I was like, no, it's genre. Then I was like, yeah, no, oh, the 2v2 variant. But we're gonna get in there here
Yeah.
in a
So
second.
we casters, yeah, we casters appreciate the extra minute for me to go to the bathroom.
Uh, Not sure if it was 35th Cam Warrior. Good question there. And yeah, if you guys want to support the channel further, leave a like down below on the YouTube channel. Leave a follow on Twitch or YouTube as well, and a subscription to boost the algorithms. And if you want to support the guys behind, also feel free to leave a Twitch Prime subscription or so around, or YouTube membership, channel membership. Those go a long way, like boosting your impact on the channel by more than 100 times on what comes out on my end, basically. So that would be great if you want to support this further. And obviously, join over at Cloyd's channel as well. He has been streaming more lately too, and you can find him on his Twitch channel. Link in the chat right now. So leave a follow over there if you want to see more of him there as well. And they are now in the game. So let's get back into it. Yes, Mix 90 here. I'm gonna start on the left side. We have Goof on the right side, 56 VDV. And this should be a really, really hot game. As Mix 90 has to play this a bit off the standard, off the beaten path if he wants to win the 35th. And has to show us something and maybe convince people more of playing those supposed reservist slop divisions. Maybe show us a new path onto the meta, or it's just going to go down in flames. Either way is going to be interesting here. Maybe Skiff is just going to use his mechanized forces and bully him from the get-go. One good thing for Mix 90 is he doesn't, and I think one of the reasons why he picked 35th here, because 35th is not great against any heavy tanks, but 56 is not that kind of a division. It is heavily mechanized, but it doesn't have anything heavier than a T62. So the 35th technology should be enough to kill everything on the other side. Just the question is, can he do that efficiently?
Yeah, my theory here is that Mix 90 pointing out the middle area, the central town here is a crucial location to hold for both recon and ATGM play. Now, 35th has a pretty significant air tab, which 56th is gonna have a trouble, could have troubles countering. The lacking dedicated long-range anti-air units and having to deal with mostly just AA guns and man pads with, and also with the older generation fighters, MiG-23s, and so it's possible for 35th to kind of extend their aggro with a significant number of planes if they manage to get their death blob together. I would say that, you know, of course, we're seeing the helicopter opener, so a recon helicopter opener, which gives nigh perfect information, especially in a map such as this, where all the reinforcement roads are pretty like easily spottable before actual engagements happen. Mix 90 is getting the NG cavalry scouts, which are the 8-man recon squads, ersatz forward deployment squads, basically at veteran C1, so that they have some kind of a capacity to fight. And I believe these specific units are being put to fight against a potential enemy incursion or enemy opener attack. And we're seeing Scoof playing with the Rasvedka BMP-2Ds with the upped veterancy, which of course makes these very dangerous units already even more powerful, and a pretty mild recon opener in both the strategic locations, both at the crossroads rows between Bravo and Foxtrot, as well as in the middle. So yeah, we're going to have large reservist forward deployment units fighting smaller special forces forward deployment units, with neither side really showing their hand outside of Scoof really wanting to center the middle. I think Scoof understands that having this line basically into the middle of the map, where you can get constant side shot potential against enemy vehicles, and with 56 vehicles being both numerous and older generation, they do have smokes though, but numerous and older generation, they are slower and even more vulnerable to ATGMs than a lot of like modern MBTs would be. So Scoof investing heavily, getting a bunch of Plamias, a bunch of Fagots, a Concours there, basically acts as a vaccination, a preventative measure for that if 35th wants to have like this big typical death ball attack Charlie or Bravo.
Yeah, and the 30mm grenade launchers here did do a lot of good work against Dahlbrecher on the map, so I'm going to be interesting to see how much they can do here. One of the special units that you get as the 35th is the Fort Deploy M60 recon tank. It is National Guard, so it has the reservist trait, but since it the reservist trait got changed, that at least means that you only have a bit less accuracy and get more stress when you get shot at. But the goal with this unit is usually to shoot first and ask questions later, and hopefully not get shot back. And then you get a good amount of M6s here all around. M60s against BMP2s are in a pretty okay matchup. They have good range, so they can engage them quite early on, and they can either conquers without immediately dropping that. So that is a pretty good part for them. The CVs here, the National Guard, the heavy guns coming around for the start here as well to deal with those 30mm grenade launcher teams, and with those Besnas they use Stinger teams. With 4 hit points, they nearly get one-shotted by those. So those units all make sense for MiG-90. I'm still a bit worried for his 35th, because this division still doesn't quite feel like it is efficient enough in numbers and in cost efficiency for the reservist debuff that it has on all its units. But I'm gonna see how it goes here.
Yeah, I mean the worst way to play 35th is to play it as a standard mechanized infantry division. Like you have these units such as the NG Cavalry Scouts, you have the more powerful than usual recon opener, and you have a lot of sustain, but you just like the concentration of units has always kind of just been the way to go here. And concentrations of units help with something like the M67 recoilless rifle, which is out in force with a bunch of infantry units. Now, the recoilless rifle is basically an ersatz kind of a it is an HE launcher. Like it's typically most of its shots are going to be fired against infantry units. So you have a couple of those units, you're going to want to constantly keep them supplied so that they can fire against the enemy infantry and keep doing the extra damage, and thus win the fights. And if you the more you have those guys around, the easier it is going to keep them supplied and constantly at their peak performance. Same thing with all of the potential military police units that could remove the reservist traits. That also works spatially, that you need to have the units close to each other, and that is why I'm kind of both surprised and a little bit worried that there isn't that much concentration here. But I'd still say that the plan is probably to push into the Charlie Delta region, that after the enemy opener advantage is negated, the potential to just quickly build up a force of M60 rises, the cheaper ones, and just have them cross the area with a bunch of M113s and CEVs lagging behind to do the actual damage. The attack would happen earlier than with a lot of other divisions that can also do relatively standard US infantry mechanized openers. And I would like to take a stand quickly, a little bit of a linguistic stand against the term slop here. The slop is used to connotate a lack of cohesion, a lack of borders, a kind of a mixture of everything being put out there. And thus, in the Warno context, it would say that something lacks consideration. Have you tried playing reserve divisions? It is very rare to actually get into that position where you can lack consideration. You, in my experience, have to be even more considerate about the little details. But when you can get to the point of just spamming infantry, that's when it suddenly becomes easy in a way that uh, but the slop denominator basically erases the complete path of getting there. And yeah, some divisions can do it a little bit
Yeah.
easier, but skill issue. Have better analysis. Don't call everything slop.
Same goes. Like the other reason why it is called slop is because supposedly Eugen just spamming those divisions out there, but they're the ones that take a lot more models, new models than another BMP2 plus T-72 division to make. So actually, the reservist divisions are also harder to make and more varied than just the next mechanized division as well. Like the latest division from 6.3 has new traits, for example, and has also quite different units than other non quite first line units. But yeah, people just want unique Cold War games.
People want the Leclerc. They want the Leclerc. Let's be
Yeah,
honest. They
but,
want the Leclerc and they want M1A2.
they want a lot of cool units, but then at the end they still only will choose the M1A1 every single time, and yeah, that's that's the issue. But here we go. Game 1 is on. MiG-23's in the sky. Thank you there, Tally. And yeah, we need more British reservist Lightnings coming around. That is true. That the Lightning hasn't made it in yet is a shame. It's a beautiful little plane. And yeah, we have a small
I
take here for
absolutely
Scoof.
agree.
Chaika moving around. Another unit needs to move to the south. And National Guard rifles gonna move into the center. M60A3s are all around. So far, not much combo. One AGS unit is the only thing that died. And here we go with those M60 versus BMP2 matchups. And I think this is the point where Mix90 can set up the pressure. As long as the number of BMP2s and flying ATGMs is not too high, his M60s can move around quite efficiently here. They are pretty good against the T62s in gun duels as well. They only start to drop off when it comes to ATGM duels there too. But here we go. Ooh, Mattis gets a hit there. That's the thing that you don't want to have happen with these M60s because that's immediately nearly a completely full stress bar. And the damage is not the main part there. The main part is that this unit now has super low accuracy, high aim time, long reload time, and is a lot less efficient. But at the same time, getting a kill against the Recon BMP2. So far, still going pretty well for Mix90's push here in the center.
Yeah, the CEVs having a lower threat value, so not getting auto targeted, even though they're way more dangerous to those infantry units here. So that M60 taking those hits, I think, absolutely played in the Mix90's favor. The CEVs take a long time to reload, 16 seconds specifically, but every hit is basically half an infantry squad dead or a weapons team just dead, with just incredible suppression damage. In top of all the machine guns that already keep firing. For 75 points, the long if you get like double the amount of shots out of a CEV, that's a big difference in winning or losing one of these positions early on. And now we're seeing the M67 armed engineers going out there, also upvetted.
Roland's getting a double hit on the MiG-27 immediately. This is huge. First plane coming in and not having any impact. Double Roland here. The Roland 3 on the transport is one of the kind of secret weapons of the 35th. It's one of their best units. Having a fast-moving, fantastic AA system. Like, its accuracy is great and its range is pretty solid. And because you can maneuver with your tanks, it usually gets shots out. And yeah, both Roland 3 missiles here getting the first MiG-27 down before it can hit any of the M60s. This is a massive advantage now for MiG-90. If he can push his tank forward here into the other side of the tree of this open field, then it's gonna be really hard for Scuff to ever push him out of there.
Yeah, the MiG-90 is M110 firing right as the T-62 and Rasvedka BMP move away from their position with the cavalry scouts recon spotting them and Motor Rasvedka not spotting them back. And this artillery is kind of forces them to stay still and accept some hits from the bad engagement here. Now we're seeing MiG-90's tank already forming a concave. The engineers with the CEV engineering vehicles have completely driven the enemy away. They know they just cannot take any of those shots from the CEVs, especially not when stacked up like this. And these larger infantry squads, the NG cavalry scouts, have a capacity to independently cross terrain as they don't get immediately stopped by a 50 cal machine gun. Another NG rifles unit down south, kind of expanding Mix's territory here and finding where the enemy is. M67s just, I think, work really well in this this matchup here, as if you get a single hit out of them into most vehicle, even BMP or a BTR, that vehicle is like wants to disengage from that engagement, even though its accuracy and long range isn't that great.
And
Now,
yeah,
mechanized force moving southeast, NG rifles paying off, finding out that there is basically a lack of heavier enemy infantry investments. Way more stuff happening in the northeast side of town. MiG-90. Oh, at this point, every kill is very valuable for MiG-90 because if this stop gets pushed back, it's unlikely that there is going to be a push with this same danger level. And MiG-90 here wants to get the kills and wants to just keep buying units and keep this engagement going. Scoop's division has such a capacity to build up defenses very effectively that every single second kind of counts here.
oh, and two important units they're going down, Aito and the first of the CVs here fighting the dust. He keeps the other units out of there, smokes off, and can disengage, but by now, Goose Center has been heavily reinforced, so the path through it for Mix90 is closed, but Mix90 already has the secondary follow-up plan that you want to have with the National Guards, and that is the MR10 artillery. Ever since they also got hit by the reservist changes, they are now in a lot better state. Before, with the longer reload time on or aim time on National Guard units with the reservist trait, they weren't as good as the normal M110s, but currently they're just the normal M110s. The accuracy doesn't matter on artillery. That's not how the circle for artillery is calculated, and the stress also doesn't matter if you don't get hit by counter battery. So they are just cheaper M110s basically, and they hit the T62 here nicely. They are a long-term advantage that you can try to play around and try to win the game by as well. And as it seems like there is enough defensive stuff by Scuff now, trying to just grind the enemy down over the next 30 minutes here with a lot of M110 fire could be a nice secondary win condition here for Mix90.
Yeah, we're seeing there's 6 ATGMs basically already covering the southern part of the town, the southern crossing here, or the plains. So both T-62s, the Fagot missiles, the Conquerors that was just deployed here. The problem is that every single hit hurts everything. Nothing has tanking capacity here, and even though there's now a second M110 and it's already targeting, are they actually double targeting the Spetsnaz GRU? That might be a little bit overkill, but yeah, the killing capacity here needs to be done either by massed attack, which of course risks you trading down against these ATGMs that are already out there in numbers. It needs to be done with mega micro of just completely master microing all of your smokes and just buying yourself a few extra waves of fire, or it needs to be with support equipment such as artillery or artillery or aircraft. One of the ways here that I predict we're going to be seeing in a moment, hopefully, would be just a simple smoke barrage. This strategy here would be really good if you could cut off half of the enemy out and then mass attack the second half. And but we're still not seeing any mortars come out. Could be that the mortars were removed to get the slots for something else. But in these kinds of mass mechanized 1970s era, uh, typical Cold War scenarios, Yom Kippur War, Iran-Iraq War style of battles, the ATGM needs to be removed for the mass to actually function, and the smoke is the best tool for that.
Yeah, what I would like to see here from Scoof is maybe some follow up with some cluster mortars or some more artillery as well, as the front line is stabilizing right now. Ooh, artillery finds the enemy supply helicopter. It got spotted how it landed, and the MR10 immediately blows up a pretty hefty amount of supply there with one shot. Also means that it won't be able to be sold back. So good kill there. M110 starting to find some value here. And the M60s here are in a position that Scoof currently just can't push. He is behind on points. It's 43 to 15. It's not a significant amount of points for either side. But ever getting a tick online here is currently looking rather complicated for both sides.
Yeah, the NG cavalry scouts, as they appear the enemy front line, a lot of the tanks can actually fire. It is in 50 even 50 caliber ranges. Is it? No, it's not. I saw missaw this. But yeah, the cannon range does actually cross this area. So as long as there is somebody spotting in that southern forest, or theoretically in the northern town, the tanks can keep on firing. And this is like peak fire supremacy doctrine here. The more shots you fire, the more likely it is that you win. That is the strategy for 35th. That's why the prevalence of 50 caliber machine guns, the prevalence of M67s here, just you need to do maximum amount of damage to compensate to actually get the value of the fact that you have National Guard's reservist numbers, and to compensate for the fact that reservist division.
Yeah, and the first T62 MD got taken out here, and those are the ATGM ones, which can stand down the National Guard units from quite far away and get some nice kills there. Both sides here now pushing in with a bit of power. MD1s going down, but on the other side, National Guard units getting hit. The Nonas here with good salvos as well, taking out some Itos, and the T62 kill was nice, but in the end here, Mix 90 loses more than he gains out of this push, has to fall back. And yeah, I don't believe either side can generate a real success if they try to push over the open field here right now. There's just too much going on either side and too much to even micro against. Like, even if you invest all your time and all your effort into microing, there are just too many shots coming towards you, and smoking them all off is kind of impossible. It finds a bit of value around the edges. One Fagot unit going down, one Modred Redgas, and in the end, the trade is back to being pretty even. But yeah, I don't believe either side should try to really push here. What you want to do, though, is try to figure out the enemy position by letting them shoot at you and then hitting it with artillery, and that's exactly what the M110 is doing right now. Likely not gonna find a kill here, though, and I feel like we're gonna see a long stretch of this fighting here for the next 5-6 minutes before we see maybe a push towards Hotel or Delta, or maybe something further north. As for now, they still reinforce into this area, but eventually they will have enough concentration of units there that they can start investing elsewhere.
Yeah, everything here for Mix 90 is brought out in transport, in APC specifically, the 50 cal transports, M113 Gavins. And these have been already used as kind of poking vehicles, sending them out there to find out, either something to be shot, something to shoot at, or alternatively just to give extra value suppression for the against enemy vehicles or infantry or whatever there is. And now we're seeing military police units, the MP patrols coming out in the Humvee MPs, so removing the reservist trait and adding an extra cohesion recovery. And you probably have been seeing these reservist tanks take hit, or the units take hit, and immediately lose their cohesion. Cohesion in this game is absolutely crucial. It is the colored bar in the unit card. If it's black, the cohesion has gone to low, which means that accuracy is reduced by 75%. Reload time, aim time, movement speed, rotation, all of this is significantly debilitated, which means that units DPS basically goes down. You can also get routed every time you get enough suppression built up, and routing makes you lose the control of the unit until cohesion recovers. And this is even though these units are veterancy 1 in top of the reservist trait, which means that they do get way more stress recovery, 3 times the stress recovery than if these were 0-vet units. The extra cohesion recovery is kind of necessary if you want to keep up any kind of sustained pressure. You're gonna have your supply trucks, as we can see with Mix 90, being back there with these MP patrol units, so that any wounded units or any routing units go back there and recover their cohesion as soon as possible.
Yeah, we see now a CV with Mix 90's artillery as well. That is the unit that you want to have around with these guys. He should just actually fast move commanded on one of the MR10s, then he wouldn't have to micro it with them. Seeing that even Mix 90 has some mistakes in his setups, then he could just control group the MR10s and the TV would constantly follow. And that's usually how I manage it with those kind of pieces. Then you save yourself a click or two that you really want to put elsewhere on this map. As the MR10s do a good job. The extra veterancy here, reducing the aim time and reducing the reload time a significant amount, is pretty key. Whilst we have infantry of Mix 90 constantly trying to probe for the enemy's frontline, but there is too much firepower here on Scoof's center line as well, and his Nonna is currently doing a good job hitting up the enemy as well. Both sides playing fantastically with the artillery they got, and that is another M60 Rise biting the dust there.
Yeah, the Nonas, of course, are the absolutely not unsung heroes of so many 56 games. For 100 points and a short range, you get a really good, really reliable infantry killer, and you can move this thing around very quickly, so it can the short range isn't as relevant. And most importantly, it's not that cheap to bring out. You can have it. You can have numbers with it. You have a free veterancy, which can be upvetted by the Chaika here, and it just with 30-second reload time, you can fire a accurate salvo of 6 rounds, and this is and it's so difficult to counter battery realistically because it's always going to be either moving or shooting.
Yeah, Nonnas with their low aim time are such great reactive artillery. And if you have 3 of them, they also saturate an area. One of the issues with the Nonna is that they have pretty low range and pretty low accuracy. So you usually don't want to have a single one trying to snipe something. But if you have 3 of them shooting in an area, even if the enemy starts moving, they're still going to get stunned down and eventually will take a good amount of damage. But X90 might have found a weak spot here in the north now. Pushing forward with a good amount of infantry, with some M60s towards the point of Bravo. There is a 30mm grenade launcher and a couple of BMP2s there, but no real tanks just yet. I like the Mi-24V that Scoof has just hanging back there. That could play a significant role there. Ooh, M60 ACAF engaging against the BMP2. The BMP2 is in trouble, gets killed off by the Dragon. BMP2D gets hit by the M110s as well. This might be something that Scav hasn't really calculated with. Might have missed the amount of forces that actually moved into that forest by now. And Scav needs reinforcements there quickly. Units are on the way, but he needs to buy a bit more time, maybe rotating a couple of his mechanized units from the center up north. His Nonnas immediately respond as well. They have a good aim here on this situation as well, so they're gonna find some good hits. National Guard rifles getting badly wounded. First one taken out, so this helps out getting the situation under control, but Mix still has the pressure there. In general, Mix a bit further forward on all parts of the center. Southern Forest is under his control, Northern Forest is under his control, and he has a bit more control over the center as well. But he is still not in any of the points. He still doesn't have a tick, and it's still a good bit until he can get one here. So, situation fine for Scoof. Question is just where will Scoof get his points? And a push towards Hotel eventually might be the answer there.
Yeah, I'd say that with the 3 heavy mortars behind the front line in the southern flank for Mix 90, probably screams of a wide smoke-covered attack. With that, if it can happen at the same time as Mix 90 gets some kind of an incursion into Bravo, just getting into that forested hill with enough infantry could just draw away a lot of Scoop's resources and attention. The Bravo position still the more likely position to immediately get a tick going, but Mix 90 at some point, sooner or later, is basically going to have to go in, and this will if you can do that at the same time as you threaten Bravo in any way, the likelihood of your big attack succeeding is way larger than if you kind of do these things. What is the opposite of simultaneously? Separately.
Yeah, good hold here by Scoof, though, in the southern push. Mix 90 overplaying his card there once more, losing a good amount of units, and with that, maybe even losing the control over the southern forest, as Scoof did get a good amount of kills. MR10's currently not hitting. The Nona's doing a good bit more work than their heavier counterpart on the other side here, and I feel like Scoof starts to get initiative in the south here. So there are still so many reinforcements here flowing in from X90. That's one of the powers of both of these divisions. They just have a lot of units that they can throw constantly on the front line, and it's constantly mechanized units that they can throw in there as well. BMP2s with mech infantry on the right side, and M60s with some MR13 plus National Guard rifle infantry on the left side for X90. And the situation here is pretty stable, still all over the map. But yeah, the question is, can either side get into a taking position here anytime soon? 18 minutes remaining, we're already over the halfway mark, and we still have only 43 and 15 points on the scoreboard. It's a really classic Chandra game right now.
Yeah, it's the attack that's going on right now seems to be Mix 90 really trying to get into that forested hill and the corner where you could start a tick with Bravo. Scoop's artillery is wreaking havoc right now, targeting right at the corner of this attack. And Scoop also saved the BMP, not putting it right at the edge of this forest. I think that BMP is a pretty crucial part of this attack. And Mix 90 now sending 2 more infantry reinforcements. Actually, 2 more infantry reinforcement into that attack, buying 3 more just right now. But they're gonna take their time. They are in slow APCs. But meanwhile, a lot of reinforcements, including very tellingly supply, is being ordered into the right of the southern edge of this front line for Mix. And buying supply is kind of like when real-life armies have real blood packs during their exercises. It shows that something is going to come down. And pre-buying supply is a smart move and also necessary if you're playing a reservist division. This Mix 90, I think, might be wanting to stretch into possibly even Delta. And right now, Scoof is sending out. The mortars are kind of revealing themselves by targeting this large infantry attack that Scoof's got going on here. And with all of these vehicles possibly targeting this infantry attack, I think this is an overextension from Scoof. There's enough infantry, enough vehicles to deal with this.
Yeah, military police units gonna go down, and Mix 90 has lost more units here lately again, and hasn't really gotten that many kills, but you can lose a lot of units before it becomes relevant at this stage with 35th, and he has now caught Scoof overextending and starts to shoot them back up. Both sides not really doing any like decisive maneuvers on the sides. They both push through the tree lines time and again, but once they reach the open field on the other side of the trees, either in the north or in the center with those, or in the south with those central forests, they just gonna get shot up, pushed back, and then the other side swings the pendulum around. Another M60 here goes down, and I feel like starting to play it more for the flanks would be helpful for both sides here. But for now, Scoof ignores the sides completely, and Mix90 starts to get a couple of units in there, but nothing that really can start any aggression, as they're both still heavily focused on the center fight. T62 goes down, the Conquerors goes down, so bit of room once more bought by Mix90 there, whilst he starts to get close to Bravo by getting onto that forest hill that is up in the northeast of the map and having a CV in there. So this could be the one that starts the tick for Mix90.
Yeah, having a CV, having an MP Humvee here, and having, most importantly, a safe reinforcement road. There's a T62 that could move a little bit and start threatening. Oh, wait, no, actually it couldn't, because there's a slight height difference. So yeah, just escaping away immediately. All of the units, as they realize this, Mix realizes this, everybody gets told to move into that hill. And suddenly gigantic tactical difference on the map. This is a Mix doesn't currently know this specifically, but as the BMP2 gets destroyed, there is going to be no ATGMs in separating Echo from an attack into Bravo, and barely any even to separate the Foxtrot attack. And yeah, immediately. Oh wait, no, we didn't. I was so we didn't see movement. But yeah, this attack here, a lot of resources, Afghanzi and 14-man upvetted squads coming out from Skoof to fight this on the infantry grounds. Skoof can win this on infantry grounds, and Afghanzi 14-man squad combo is the most powerful one you can have in this situation. But Mix90 has been stacking the buffs, the upvets, and the the military police buffs as well. So these units should be capable, especially if they can get the M67s to fire crucially and early on lower the enemy's cohesion, as we can see with the Afghanzi now. The DPS of those largest, more powerful squads can be pushed down.
Yeah, and good fights here with the BMP2, finding the National Guard Rifles Dragons in the forest. BMP2 does go down the end though. T62 gets hit up in the middle. Scoof now with a push in the south, but there's just so much blue there. National Guard leaders in the north go down, so Mix90 won't get the take online here, but at the same time, Scoof's counter push in the southern sector just looks as doomed as the push currently of Mix90 in the hill, as Scoof is taking back control. Both sides not having enough reinforcements to really get the critical mass online, and on the other side, for both sides, there is a pretty heavy force. Maddie's infantry here trying to find some kills, a decent amount of kills for both sides. Nona's starting to get some good hits here once more, as both sides are bleeding units. T62 is going down. Janiki with the 40-man squads getting shut down here all over the map as well, but at the same time, a decent amount of blue infantry and mechanized units dying as well. So this is still a close drawn fight. The casualty rates on both sides are likely pretty similar, and both are still pretty far away from a tick. Will we just see a 43-point victory from Mix90 here? It seems like it is possible.
Seems more likely than than a 100-point victory at this point. I'd say the 11 minutes can contain like several attacks, and I think we're going to see just even more aggression happening in Mix90's part. But having that under 30 point lead I think it's like in 5 minutes, Mix is going to start turtling. Like these are going to be the last attempts to actually cross the ridge here, and any overextension at this point could just pull the victory out of Mix 90's jaws.
Yeah, Afghansi is going down. A lot of National Guard M113s getting thrown away, but those are nearly free. 20 points there. They have a 50 cal, but if they spot enemy tanks, if they spot enemy ATGM positions so that your M110s can shoot at them and so that your M60s don't eat them, then they already do their job. Whilst infantry here is up in decent numbers. F16 coming around, getting a kill against the T62. Not that much AA, but maybe still just enough. No! MiG-23 has to try to hunt it down, fires a second missile, and does miss with that as well. So the F-16C AT does make it out alive here, as artillery does hit the southern forest as well. It is such a classic Chandra match here, and I still don't quite grasp why neither side tried to pivot a bit to the side points, but it has been this kind of grind for a while now, and the M60s have come back in force in the north, and there aren't that many T62s left, so the pushing potential of the 56 VDV is still really, really limited. And I feel like a southern sector attack against Total would make the most sense right now. Just actually even getting in there with a bit of smoke play and just getting a tick for even if it's only a minute, you would be ahead at that point as Scoof here. But Scoof is trying to get the victory in the middle as well, and it's not working out so far.
Yeah, I think the middle stalemate is an inherent kind of stabilizer here, because neither side wants to give the opponent losing the middle. It would be losing the game. So neither side wants to give any slight compromises into the middle fight when they could just try to play it safely. And now we are seeing the Scoop's latest reinforcements are going into the are going and trying to open a front in Hotel, but Mix 90 has so many vehicles just few kilometers north of this that they can just come in and close this deployment as soon as Mix 90 realizes this is happening. And there is a recon unit that can spot this from a pretty long distance.
Yeah, we also see a Roland dying here now. That is pretty important. Me-24 there, not getting gunned down. So we still have more around here in the south, but that might enable an airstrike in the north. That Roland kill could be significant. We don't see any planes showing up just yet, though. As on the other side, we have in the rear here F-16AT once more as well. Nonas and the Mersers on the other side constantly firing right now. Same time, the T-62 blob starts to get stopped. Afghansi don't have AT. The amount of AT against the M60 is pretty limited, but the Nonas are doing such a great job. Those are really the MVPs on the side of Scoof, and kind of goes the same way for the M110s on the other side, but yeah, both sides using artillery nicely. Ooh, here we go with the corner smoke. Is that where Mix 90 will get a bit more point lead? 7 minutes remaining. Both sides taking some casualties again. Me-24 goes down. On the other side, the fighter goes down. M60s go down. But the National Guard rifle leader is advancing through the smoke. At the same time, we have a smoke play towards the south as well. But Scoof did invest more into the center. Doesn't even have a CV directly up. Okay, there is actually a Sergeant Comrade leader following behind. F-16 does miss. Does get hit twice by Iglas. So is out without being able to deal any more damage. And the recon units here advance further towards the hotel, but the corner action of Mix 90 is online as well. Mix 90 starts to get a tick from this, and it is looking like both sides might just have that smoke corner play go on for a while here. And the question is, who can clean up the other ones faster? Now, 48 points difference. With a +1, that's a slightly above a minute that Scoof has to take here to get back to ahead of Mix 90.
But Mix 90 has no leader going into that zone right now. Another helicopter is moving up there, but yeah, the Iglas got the earlier Cobra with no problem. Artillery is depleted for Mix 90. No chance to just blast that smoke movement there. There are leaders moving up. There's actually two leaders moving into Charlie, and there's a
Yeah,
leader moving for Mix 90 now finally rerouted.
Mix 90 also moving into Bravo, but not having all that much infantry there in front of his M60s, and they're all pretty heavily stressed out. The Nonnas have done a fantastic job all game through. The Nonnas currently not shooting though. They are not out of ammo, so they actually should be able to shoot. Leader starts to rotate south as a Cobra is doing the same. Another F-16 gets shot down though, so the Cobra here is in danger, especially with a MiG-23, but even gets gunned down beforehand. Igla's doing a good job. X90 not into the enemy zones just yet, and his CPC here might just get killed off by the BMP2. This is not looking promising right now. Scoof for the first time now is ahead on points, and the northern push is just not working out. There are just barely enough mechanized units here for Scoof. Scoof keeps up the pressure, 4-minute 50, as the tick goes down to a +1, but there goes the CV again in the south, and yeah, Mix90 might just not have enough in that round that he can bring around anymore to deal with those BMP2s. He has nearly no units whatsoever, and Vic-23 MLD even gets out alive here.
Yeah, this is the attack on Charlie. The corner attack has gone catastrophically right now for Mix 90. At the same time, the ability for the northern attack to actually hold itself until the M60 leader gets there, very unlikely now with the second last M60 getting shot down. There are no forces to counterattack Hotel because at the same time all of them sacrifice themselves in attempting to support the corner smoke attack. This has gone catastrophically for Mix 90. The end here. It really was just a bunch of smokes, 6 smoke launchers for Scoof, blanketing Hotel, and just driving through. And the token force defending it just couldn't deal with this. There was a helicopter. The helicopter was shot down. There are no planes, no bombers, no reinforcement, no tanks.
Yeah, it looks like Scoof is grinding it out here. The counter-strike in the south was the right choice. I don't quite grasp why Mix90 went so hard for the 2 central points instead of doing something similar towards Delta or Alpha. Like, he had enough forces to do that as well. He instead tried to bash his head in there into the Charlie zone, but that just didn't work. There are just too many good defensive units concentrated around there for the 56, and with that the +1 does continue, and with only 3 minutes remaining there is just no way that Mix90 is getting a high enough tick here, especially with his push in the north just completely falling apart as well. He's about to get a CV in there, but he's not going to clear out the south, and that means he would need to get way more than just Bravo to get around that, and he's not even really going to get Bravo.
Yep. It's just the fact that there was nothing left to counterattack Hotel. I think there might have been like the double attack was Mix's huge mistake. If Mix had just delayed that attack for like a minute or two, the Hotel attack would have happened earlier, and Mix's forces could have just clamped down south and cut it off, or even moved into counterattack. But now what happened was that because Mix, all the attacks happened at the same time, Mix basically has to win either, like both of them, really has to win everywhere. And yeah, this sure was a game. I would like to point out that I predicted that Mix 90's attack has to happen now, or it is not going to early on. And then right as I was saying that, Mix retreated, and then the attack just never really happened because of the frontline design in this map. And I think maybe Scoof was just purposefully playing the long game. I think maybe Scoof just realized that any kind of conventional attacks from his part would lead to them getting outtraded. But if the last moments of the game could be supported in exactly kind of if the last attack of the game could happen after Mix 90's core fighting forces, their infantry, all of this had been taken out. I think Scoof was probably really surprised at how lightly defended that southern angle was. And I think Mix's logic in lightly defending that was that so much of the points were sitting in vehicles just 2 kilometers north. And I don't know if Scoof is a genius or just had good luck, but 56th superior division on this map, even 35th acting on peak 35th, never could break the efficient VET1 ATGM walls.
Yeah, and I would say the Nonnas really were the deciding factor there because they damaged so many light vehicles. They put the cohesion of so many reservist units down, constantly firing. But the MR10s, they had a good time in the mid game, but they fell off pretty heavily towards the late game. They just couldn't find any hits anymore. And yeah, the air tap, as was pointed out in the chat as well, was not really effective on either side. Mix 90 bringing out a couple of AT planes later on that just whiffed every single time as well. And it was really weird to not go for harder pushes around the flanks. Like, for example, he was on that hill between Bravo and Alpha, but he never fully put a decisive force in there to threaten both points at the same time, which could have pulled the enemy apart. And yeah, the smoke flank play was just way better than the smoke center play, and that got Skiff here the 1-0, and will get us into the second game, which will be first Canadian versus fifth Lane Day with a Skiff lead.
Yeah, I would say that this immediately gets into a Mix 90 favorite matchup, just because even though Fifth Blinde is a traditionally powerful Black Forest division, the AMX 10s rely so much on the element of surprise, and First Canadian does not lack in tools to very quickly move around and take out those AMX-10s in the early game. The AT rocket helicopters are a unique weapon of the Canadians and still very powerful. The AT rocket Hornets are an incredible unit, even with the price nerf. The ability to just use a single, it's a Hornet. It's great. It's fast. It's survivable. It's got good weapons, everything. But then you can just like pick out singular light to medium armor vehicles, like big, because your AT rockets have so much capacity. It's a huge potential for the Canadians to just ruin Fifth Division Blinde if they try to actually do any kind of armor play before Fifth somehow gets like an air supremacy, or crucially just invests a lot in the Roland. Canadians don't get seed missiles, but they do get an electronic warfare plane, which is not often played in my experience. But they do get cheaper bombers that you can send the freedom fighters to basically do risky bombings into enemy AA. And when playing Canadians, you're going to have a bunch of aircraft anyways. So the cheaper bombers basically act as the seed component, and so you don't have to do like dive bombings, really risky dive bombings with your expensive Harriers. Not Harriers, Hornets.
Yeah, and they are already setting up the second session here, as we're getting for the second game. But Bubblegun asked for a short 2 to 3 minute break here, because that game obviously was exhausting. As we will have NATO versus NATO coming up here as the second game. And that one should be pretty exciting as well. And yeah, you pointed out both of these divisions have pretty good tanks, but the Air Force is really, really scary for the first Canadian. Though the French, with the Roland 2 and 3, have a good mix of AA as well. And their fighters aren't the greatest, but they at least can poke the enemy. Whilst they also don't have anything that is super valuable on its own, individual unit-wise. And at the same time, the tank fights should go 5th plan day relatively decisively, because the first Canadians Leos have a bit lower penetration and accuracy in comparison to some other Leos, and that means they can't deal with the MX-30s in a grand fashion, whilst the MX-30 Prentice just should dunk on them due to the higher penetration and the better frontal armor and the extra hit point.
Yeah, and but on the converse side, the Canadians have a lot of really good machine guns, and the machine guns in practice are going to help them win infantry fights, even against infantry that might be larger squads, or even infantry that might be more expensive.
Yeah, the Erix also has some great spots here, and I know Mix90 loves his Erixes. Like, he would be totally fine with people voting for 6.1 just for him to get more Erixes, I believe. I don't think 6.1 as a Nemesis vote has any chance, because the Polish division is just a bit too weird and weak, and people just don't quite grasp how funny full-on mountaineer infantry tabs going to be when they just rush through the forests, like, and basically play like a Robin Hood movie. But it's going to be interesting to see who wins in the other nemesis there, and I hope we get another mountaineer division eventually into the game, because like a full-on mountaineer gameplay would be really fun.
Yeah, I mean, Luftlande unfortunately is not played that much. I would like to play it more myself, but I just I'm a bit scared at how powerful the medium tank meta is right now.
Yeah, it's also more that really good fast aircraft are around a lot at the moment, which as
Yeah,
First Luftlande is a bit painful. But yeah, the matchup here is going to be great. If you want to support the tournament, and big shout out here, Praying Wolf and Chem Warrior coming in, making it a smooth $750 already. And if you want to see me on the 24-hour stream, maybe in the Elvis uniform if we get that until then, uh, you can help out on the Matcherino side. That means also now that the first player prize pool is now $352.50. Second place still gets half of that, but this means winning this here now gets you some significant dollaroos, and yeah, big thanks there to Praying Wolf and Camp Warriors. If we go to full amount here, not a Mallard with 250, providing a third of the prize money by themselves. Big thanks there, Praying Wolf now with more at $63 here. Really big contribution as well, and a lot of mid-sized contributions here from a lot of people. Big thanks to all of you. It's great to see the community stepping up. It's great to see how many of you enjoy all of this enough that you do these contributions, and big thanks to everybody who helped out with the claimed code buttons as well. So yeah, the break is still ongoing. Should be a lot of fun here once we get into the second game. And yeah, chat, who do you think has the advantage in the second game? Like, what do you think is the better division, first Canadian or 5th Plan Day for Black Forest? Like, and who do you think will win the whole thing in general? Are you more Team Scuff right now? Are you more Team Mix 90, even after he lost the first one with a close fight with 35th? Like, what are your guys' thoughts on this whole series so far? Mix 90, yeah, currently leading both on YouTube and on Twitch, it seems like, with the first Canadian. Should be pretty interesting. And yeah, it really shows how flexible Mix 90 is with picks. I'm really happy with the picks here. You, you think 5th Plan Day is the counter pick to first Canadian there, Pasta? That is interesting. What do you think makes 5th Plan Day so good in the matchup? The lack of valuable targets for the other side and the autocannons on the MX-30s to deal with enemy infantry, or what exactly is it? Because like, from my perspective, it should be pretty balanced and skill focused matchup, but That is an interesting one there. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Also, Constantine Jones, Critic Ward 19, Chip Sleep Harbor, Hamas, and TMS King 08. Thank you all for the help, and big thanks to Tully and Was Me for the Twitch subscriptions. Much appreciated. All the support, guys. Always great to see people being hyped for some WARNO esports gaming here as we go into this. And it was really a great season. Season 5 has been my favorite season so far. We have seen a lot, like the meta currently feels great. A lot of versatility. Players we have seen performing were great mixes as well of top old OG players like uh, the veteran Demon Plays, Stardeck, Startbreakers run once more to the semifinal was great to watch as well. Yeah, Griffin as the dark horse making it through a phenomenal run in the playoffs. Hippie looked really strong as well, but yeah, just Scuff showing up in absolute peak performance there in the quarterfinals. Like this was really interesting. Yeah, Devil Gun uh, versus Hippie. That was a pretty interesting quarterfinal as well. Like I had Hippie as the favorite going into it because Hippie also looked phenomenal in the group stage. Yeah, really stepped it up in the playoffs. Yeah, now up 1-0 here in the finals. So that should be uh, a nice boon to his morale here as well. And yep, let's see. We should have the game. Yeah, we have the game up now. So let's get back there into game number 2. And let's see who is going to win here in the Black Forest game. Again, it behind. It's Mix 90 once more in blue here on the left side. Skiff in red on the right side. Up 1-0 with the 15th day. This should be a lot of fun. I feel like Mix 90 rather would have the other side of the map with the first Canadian, where it is a bit easier to get into alpha with infantry play here and uh, getting good ATGMs, long range ATGMs set up around Foxtrot here. Though you can do this a similar thing here. I like the Vane to Charlie a bit more on the red side too for the lighter divisions. So yeah, it's the lighter division I usually like to play more from the right side. And yeah, we as tank division, I like to play more from the left side as well, though. So maybe Scoop also would want to be more on the other side. Yeah, we don't have data on the balance between the sides. I think Black Forest is in a pretty good spot from either side. Haven't really felt a massive imbalance. It's just that obviously it's not a perfectly mirrored map. Both sides have some strengths and weaknesses. And this is already starting to be an interesting game. 4 helicopters deployed immediately. And that's kind of how you want to play against the French. As we're waiting here for Chloride to return. But yeah, Amex 30, Milan, and VLRAs coming around. As yeah, we have Sublimes moving around, VBL Milan. Yeah, Chloride running to a shop to grab himself something. He will be back in a second here. Aito, Rekis all coming around as well. This is looking pretty promising for the explosive open. And question is, how will the air go? Mix 90, we have an opener named after him, the double lane opener. He was the one that popularized that. 2 fighters, so that you have less RNG and that you overwhelm the one fighter that a lot of people opened up in the past. Nowadays, it's usually the standard that if you open up with fighters, you usually take the double fighter that Mix 90 popularized. Issues with the Canadians, that's pretty expensive. So we'll see if he is going to do that. Hasn't really deployed much else. And There come a couple more units here. But it would make sense to just go heavy helicopters, beat the enemy fighters, grab some ground with the helicopters, send up some good ATGMs, let Fifth Day maybe go through one axis of advance whilst keeping them in check with the ATGMs around, and then see how things advance from there. The Zolkanons here will move towards the north, towards Charlie Point, and yeah, the Aito and the Reki on the other side, they likely just gonna play defensively here. Reki, really nice little recon squad, has very good optics, has an AT weapon, and only costs you 25 points. You usually don't want to fight with the small recon teams anyways, so against infantry that doesn't matter. And sometimes an enemy just tries to move fast with a vehicle by, and then you get a shot out of this. And yeah, you save a bit on the price there with these guys. On the other side, we have high quality ground surveillance radar recon infantry with the Dragon Para, but those won't stop a Toe Cobra. And we have two of those around. Okay, it seems to be heavier on the ground though in the end here for Mix 90. Two Leo C1s advancing, so chances we won't see two fighters here. But on the other side, the Gazelle Cannons towards the north mean that Charlie will fall to Scoof no matter what. But that is fine by Max 90. Mix 90 here is playing for the Foxtrot and Bravo area. So this should be really interesting. Milan 1 moving up there in the north as well. Chasseurs getting around here too. And this is likely going to be a really important 2 first minutes here for Mix 90. If he doesn't get any kills, he's going to be in a bit of a awkward spot. And he also needs to protect the helicopters in some way or form. And I feel like there's going to be a double fighter opener on Scuff's side. So this...
Yeah. Hello, I'm back. I would be very surprised if we did not see a double fighter opener on Scoop's side. Scoop has no idea what's coming out of the Canadians, but the likelihood of it not being counterable with the air is pretty small. And you're never gonna buy just a single fighter to dive helicopters when your enemy can bring out Hornets. I'm sorry, I just ran uphill a really, really, really big hill.
And yeah, CH-136 here as the little Recon helicopter. They are pretty standard as well. Nothing special there. The issue with the French and dealing with helicopters is they don't have any forward deploy AA, and they also don't have any forward deploy autocannons, which you often have with something like a Lux or so. And you don't even have that many 50 cals. Only the VLRA transports here give you a 50 cal, which can deal with the enemy helicopters if they get a bit too close. But MX-10, RC, Sublime are really vulnerable to helicopters. So that's why the double toe Cobra here is the obvious choice for Mix 90. And it's going to be interesting to see what we're going to get here.
Yeah, it's the mech recce units are not being brought in the way that I like to bring them, which is with helicopter transport. Helicopter transported recon infantry gets the recon forward deployment plus the helicopter boost. So that's of course a nice little thing. But the mech recce here is still going to be taking positions in which they can basically they can most likely intercept the French, who are taking a little bit more aggressive than you would expect them to be in this situation. I guess School really is relying on or believing that there is going to be a force capable of supporting Dragon Paras getting as far as the west side hangars, warehouses next to Bravo. Like capturing that area is a gold mine of fighting against something that only has Leopard once. The ability for the French to keep up the ATGM game is massive, and just I just feel like the unit combination for Mix 90 here is way more suitable to early game fighting.
Yeah, but if his helicopters get shut down by fighters, he might be in trouble. And yeah, the question is how much do these players really have left for air taps here? And it doesn't look that massive on the side of Mix 90, but on the other side, the Scoof here really likely going to have two fighters, as he's reconfiguring these units a bit at time and again. But those forces here look quite interesting on both sides. Like, this looks like a setup that could fail quite quickly. Cannons being redeployed. Goof here currently setting up time and again. Milan wants in decent spots towards the center. And the AMX-10 going really deep as well. That AMX-10 is one of the most aggressive AMX-10s that we have seen on this map so far.
Yeah, and the path that it's going to take will most likely give it the chance to shoot down enemy recon trucks that are driving, even if they're like, a kilometer or two away from reaching the position. So a mech recce unit that doesn't get rerouted or unloaded could maybe get taken out there. But the recon helicopter should spot this a little bit from away.
Yeah, and here we go. Units start to move around. Cannons moving in. No airplanes being brought up just yet on either side, but there we go. There's the double Mirage 3E. The question is, what does Mix 90 bring to deal with that? Like, you would have to expect that double Mirage. They are pretty affordable, and they are the obvious choice to bring around against the Tow Cobras. CH-136 will see them now. There comes the F-18, and one Tow Cobra basically gets sacrificed here, but the F-18 takes the head-on, gets one Mirage, gets the other one pushed back. One Tow Cobra still around. Point-wise, it's an even trade, 130 points versus 130 points. And the Tow Cobra still can kill Discipline. So in the end, this is kind of fine for both sides, because now it's not two Tow Cobras that threaten the whole front line, but it's still a Tow Cobra for Mix 90 that can make the situation a bit more uncomfortable, which means that Scoof immediately buys another Mirage, but Mix 90 predicted that and has another F-18 coming around. Question is, can he stop it in time? No, he's a bit too late. Mirage will go down again, but that means last of the Tow Cobras is down. That means AMX-10 can move forward.
Yeah, and F-18's now 2-0 against the French fighters, but the French have been getting the cheapest and worst fighters that they can bring out. If the better ones want to join the fight later on, I'm sure they would have a better chance to be winning these CF-18s. And now we can see the opener fight here. Meckreki do deploy slightly in a safer position, so they're not under risk by getting destroyed by the AMX-10, but the Dragon Paras do reach the position. And with a VLRA fire support on the AMX-10, they can absolutely fight and defend this for the moment. They're the closest forces are the Leopard C1 and the reservist units coming in with the Leopard C1 leader, and they will be able to start laying siege in this position. But the GSR Recce is actually giving great spotting information, spotting the Milan 1 and the Mistral, so that the Mix 90 basically understands that this is a full-on Bravo fortification. Everything has now been spotted here. The Leopard C1 is in a reasonably safe position. It can keep firing, and there are forests that it can move behind if the Milan 1 tries to get a shot at it. Reserve M113 dodging the shot here. Pretty important considering that's the only second vehicle that is going to be doing fire support for the mech recce here.
Yeah. The Milan 1 gets another shot, but yeah, easy dodge for the C1. Ooh! Another C1 gets a first hit against the MX-10, but gets hit as well. Both sides there bleeding hard, as the Sublime has the 19 penetration round versus the lacking 9 frontal armor of the C1. Next unit tries to get the VAB here killed off. The Leos trying their best. Milan 1 firing again, and this time Mix 90 has to pop the smoke. Bit late, but has an F-18 cluster coming around immediately, getting a gun run in here, and the fighters on the other side have all been used up here now. The one is damaged, the other one reloading. So the cluster plane can roam freely as long as there are not enough Rolands and Mistrals on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Scoof with a really deep VLRA in the north, spotting a lot of stuff there. The F-18s keep on strafing, get another Milan 1. The MX-10 goes down. Mistral team here just getting strafed down, so Mix 90 in air bully mode with the Mistral having to be careful and Roland 3's absolute necessity now to get this under control.
Yeah, the Mirage F1, its only superior trait here is that it is faster than the CF-18s, but in every other way, it is technologically inferior. And the CF-18 pair coming in here, driving out the first one, destroying the second one. Yeah, Mirage is losing air control once again. This is why you get those billion-dollar contracts, people, and the cluster plane still not dropping its clusters. Waiting to spot an actual mechanized target, but the insane ammunition of 560 rounds of the M61 Vulcan for these Hornets means that every one of them can basically just act as an air bully. They can destroy weapons teams, they can stun down and burst down infantry squads. And there's the Roland 3 is it's taking its sweet time arriving the battlefield.
Yeah.
And
And
with
even a single
40%
Roland 3 will have trouble because there is the cluster plane. So the cluster
yeah,
plane
and
could just trap it down. Mistral teams being hunted here as well. Roland teams now coming around, but another Mistral team goes down. Roland 3 now getting a bit of stress on the enemy, but you need a reliable force of 3, 4, 5 AA pieces here now as Goof, and losing 2 Mistral teams here right at the get-go does make that a good bit harder. He has the +2 tick. Mix 90 has cut down on the CVE units here for doing this. So Scoof is playing from the point lead advantage, which is always nice on Black Forest, but he has no uh, flexibility here right now. He has to hunker down. He has to play the defense mode because his units got bullied here quite a bit, and he has to set up something so that that doesn't happen once more in 3 minutes time when those units have reloaded.
yeah, the worst case scenario here really for Scoop was that that the Canadians could get like a nice mid-game 5 minutes of waiting as Scoop is forced to keep buying anti-air just so that as the anti-air is finally up, the Hornets can just bully it down. Hornets with their 40% ECM and even with the veterancy here providing 8 more evasive percent of evasive maneuvers, the only thing you need is a single Hornet bomber and a single Hornet fighter. The Hornet fighter goes and most likely dodges the shot and reveals the target. And now they're just, straight up defying the Roland. It's not big enough of a risk. Another Mirage F1 patrolling the skies here. But I have a feeling that as the cluster plane gets resupplied, Mix 90 is going to attack at those Rolands. There is only a single card of them in 5e, I believe.
Another Roland 3 coming in. The MX-13 DCAs are nice because they get reliable damage. You can't dodge the bullets constantly with your air. Mirage F1C 200 needs to get off the battlefield here. Oh, the Hornets do sneak up on it, and that's likely going to be another air kill here. It does take the wrong turn, and there goes another fighter on the side of Scoof. And those Mirage 200s would be really nice to hunt down F-18s that are forced back by a ground-based AA to actually get a kill. So losing them here is really frustrating, and meaning that you will get a good couple of fewer kills on these F-18s because you just won't get the final shot out. The Leod ones so far dodging on the ground quite nicely as well, and yeah, Mix 90 is playing the first Canadian perfectly so far.
Yeah, Nix 90 has the key position in the southeast corner, with Mech Recce being in a position to spot anything that is behind the building wall on the red side. So potentially, if Mix wants to attack or counterattack there, it's possible to reveal that area. The GSR Recce has been just an amazing unit. I mean, 40 point for not having to pay for special forces, still having an AT launcher, 3-man ground surveillance radar unit, one of the best ones. Just price for value, it's amazing. And it really helps the Canadians that the Mekreki is such a powerful frontline infantry unit that it can just act as one of the frontline infantry units and still keep providing recon. This is an inherent buff to all of the artillery and all the airplanes that you want to be playing with. And we're already seeing an M109 getting bought here, 10 minutes or 9 minutes in. Nice spot to do that. You want to start as you are now moving as the Canadian player, you're now starting maneuvers. You want to have something that can just immediately blast down an enemy that feels inconvenient to you, and thus increasing your tempo. Because your leopards, they can do damage, but they are risky. It's you can lose them, and also the damage that the leopards put out, it's stable. It's not explosive. The explosive and stable damage, you kind of want to balance that, and that's where the artillery and the bombers come into play.
Yeah, on the other side, the MX-30s great against the infantry with their autocannons, so that's also something a bit annoying for the Canadians to deal with. The MX-30s on the defense can be quite nice, but that's where you want your airplanes as MiX-90 here come in. Second Roland now has gotten itself to the front line, but it will likely be spotted here in a second. Oh no, it stays further behind. The Recce GSR not going to spot it there. And second M109 comes online here immediately. So MX-90 wants to win the fire support wars here. Milan 1 not finding any hits lately. That's pretty unfortunate. But more forces needing to be bought by Scoof to replace the losses earlier. Leo 1 beating the chasseurs. Commandos coming in to try to get control back over the southern part. And MX-30B showing up as well, though that is the older variant of this tank, the unmodernized one with worse gun performance and also lower speed. So it's not quite up to the task of dealing with Leo C1s, but which are basically on Leo 1A3 level. But the Scoof push here in the south could still work out with the infantry alone. The commandos outclass the other infantry there by a significant margin. But the siege towards Bravo is still going on. And AMX of 1 coming in on the other side. That's nice. I would like to see one more card of AA, or one more unit of AA out on the battlefield here for Scoof. But outside of that, I think this situation has stabilized decently well now. And he is up nearly 300 points. He doesn't have the momentum, but he has the points.
Yeah, and MiX-90 currently has two M109s, the 3 fighter planes up in the air. The reinforcements that are getting bought are fast-moving ITO cars. So these are defensive forces that are going to be are routed to already kind of defend the areas where the attacks are going to start happening, or face down the expected AMX-30 counterattacks.
Yeah, the
And
last
Mekreki,
two remaining fighters, I believe, in Scoof's deck, the Mirage 3E and the Mirage 200 here flying in the south, but two F-18s get behind all the enemy air defenses here in the south. And that's not something that you want to engage here as Scoof, but you might get even forced into it a bit. A Roland buy right now on the spawn could be big, but doesn't happen. Mirages see it, but there's the second F-18. The bait has worked for MiX-90. MiX-90 playing the air war fantastically and likely gonna get rewarded for another kill, potentially both units. Yeah, gets both planes. Ooh, the F-18 flying towards the center. Can it get hit? Yes. Okay, at least finally one of them going down, but still absolutely worthwhile trade by Mix taking all the fighters off the out of the equation and now can focus on the ground engagements and can fly around a lot more freely with the F-18s. The MX-1, fantastic little artillery piece here. And trying to get the Leo C1 killed with this gun. But one of them moved a bit away. The other one actually moving into the fire here a bit, but might still get out undamaged. Whilst the M109's on the other side, constantly firing. And might find a bit of AA here as well. Mistral team in danger. As this is looking still pretty promising. C1 Leo went down actually in the end. So commandos have done the job, have cleared the corner in the south, but the Mistral team goes down on the other side. And Scoof really has to be careful to not run out of AA units here.
Yeah, and the artillery barrages kind of showed the power of Mix 90's recon advantage here. Mix 90 has so much more recon and of higher quality and in more positions that I don't think Scoof even understood that all of those units were spotted. A bunch more units have also been spotted by these same units, and the M109s are already aiming and this time targeting the commandos, double striking the 10-man commando team. Taking that out would have the infantry squads defending it. Oh, Scoof is actually moving it forwards, but Mix 90 immediately changing the aim, not wanting to waste those recon
Ooh,
here, just
MX-30
pure knowledge.
30 smoking off too late in the south. It's only a B, so it's not the biggest loss, but the commandos there now in trouble. That MX gets the Ito team. Commandos need to be get supported here as well. Ito teams around the battlefield in the south go down. That could be problematic in the long run here for for MX-90, as without the ATGM wall, MX-30s can punish him quite heavily in the south. So as an ADAT's now coming up, that's a great ATGM unit, obviously, but the Alf one here now switching targets as well. Artillery play in the last game was a slight bit better for Goof. So far, Mix90 here doing a really good job with his M109s because he has great targets, but I really liked what Scoof did with the Nonnas last game, and his Alf 1 so far has picked high value targets and killed high value targets so far as well.
Yeah, the reinforcements for Scoof seem to all be going into Bravo, and the build up, the siege of Bravo is also like where most of Mix 90's forces are going into. Mix 90 bringing out motor rifles and 2 more Leopards to just in this very thin slip of land west of Bravo, but with the GSR keeping up the concave and basically spotting anything from Scoof that just moves in the southern part of Bravo, now that the ITOs with 2,600 meter range and the M109s are both pretty close, they can already they're targeting a Milan. One Scoof is being smart about this and immediately dodging these shots. But there's only so much that you can do with micro when you get constantly bombarded.
Yeah, the recon play here by Mix90 has been phenomenal so far. Goof still has stabilized the situation though, and his own artillery constantly generating decent value as well. It can't quite afford a second AMX of 1, but once he has that, he has the artillery advantage. The AMX of 1 with its 5 rounds per minute and its 22-second aim time is better than even the 1-vet M109s on the other side, which with the 1-vet, they only come at 1 availability, I believe, with the Canadians. But yeah, they still have slightly longer aim time, and especially the 5 rounds per minute rate of fire, meaning that the second shot lands quicker, so that you more often get a stun on the enemy, meaning that you slow them down so that the third shot lands on them as well, is such a significant factor with artillery pieces that the MX-1 is not just that 20% more deadly or 25% more deadly, but more like 50% more deadly with a salvo.
Yeah. Another Milan 1 gets targeted, and with no recon in correction range, the Milan might actually survive this barrage. But yeah, the M109s are getting closer and closer to the front line, which in practice means that they have more accuracy and that they are more difficult to dodge. And with the Black Forest map being designed the way they are, maybe the safest place for the vehicles to be is right behind the front line.
MX-13 DCA going down in the south is annoying. Leo C1 there in a great spot by now by MX-19. Has to refuel it soon because it's at 57 fuel out of 1,500, so it's not going to go any further really. But at the same time, great artillery hits
Commando.
himself. Yeah, commando squads being sniped there in transport. That is highly frustrating for Scoof. The southern angle not going to work out anytime soon for him. But his MX-1 has found valuable shot after valuable shot lately. He killed 2 infantry squads in the center. And his Milan 1 micro, dodging the M109s, has been amazing. Like that movement with those Milan squads has been really great. Gets a C1 Leo in the south at the same time now. Gets loses a Milan 2 for it, but in the middle gets an Ito and a reserve squad. And if Mix 90 runs out of ATGMs, the tank fights are not going to be pretty for him. So he has to keep a significant amount of ATGMs, otherwise the MX-30 B2s and the Brennus, they likely gonna win the fights against his Leo 1s. He has a significant amount of Leo 1s, but the MX-30 number so far is lower. But VLAN 1s are dangerous enough for those that the Leo 1s can't just flop forward usually. And the ATGM numbers have been dropping significantly for Mix90. He still has a good amount left here, and he still buys a couple more. You get a good couple in the tank tab, and you have since the Ito buff, a bit more in the infantry tab as well. But the AMX of 1, Scoof doing phenomenal with it. That might be the unit that gets him back into the driver's seat. Finds a Leo C1 with AMX 10 hot as well. That was a bit of a lucky shot. The accuracy down to 45% because of cohesion. But finds 2 Leo C1s here. Scoof doing a really, really good artillery play here. Really, the pro commie practice showing up here. This is what you want to see when you have these kind of artillery units showing up.
Yeah, well, Pro Commie would never run this amount of AMX-30s without also like putting them on 0 vet to just maximize the numbers potential in the late game. And with Scoof playing more conventionally, having mixed cars of vet 2 and vet 1 tanks, vet 2 for assault jobs and vet 1 for defense, I would presume. And but yeah, Mix90 has now secured control over the southeast corner of Foxtrot, and it's going to be very difficult to effectively for Scoof to actually attack Foxtrot. But these positions don't offer that much in offensive potential for Mix90 outside of just making sure that enemy counterattacks are going to be more difficult.
Yeah, and I don't quite get why Mix90 is not pushing north. Like, Charlie is easy to take with air. He has the air advantage. He knows all the AAs in the south, meaning that there's basically no chance Charlie has enough AA to survive against F-18s. But he is fighting the angle into the middle. He needs to take, but he doesn't need to get it here. Why isn't he getting it at Charlie? I don't quite grasp that. He's now starting to bring some reserve infantry up there, but he's really desperate to make the center work, and the AMX Alf wants just denying him time and again because he just needs a bit too much time to set up, and then 3-4 key units get shut down by the artillery, and he is once more back to 0. His Leo C1 number also starts to drop significantly lower, and you don't get endless numbers of those with the mechanized 1st Canadian. It has a good amount of tanks, but it's not an endless supply.
Yeah, and the mech rifles, I'm sorry, the mech CP escort with a reserve leader. So these are the beefiest squads for the Canadians. Canadians don't have any special forces here, but they have these 11-man squads. And 2 of them are going to be landing with an infantry leader, and they are most likely going to launch the attack at the very latest. Mix90 really just is getting nice trades, and the ATGMs here are threatening. Even though they are taking out weaker VAB Milans and VABs, the threat they pose for all of the fire support kind of forces Scoof to move it a little bit further back. And in this creeping fashion, Mix90 has secured just a little bit more space for the infantry to attack with and to keep his units hidden from enemy recon. But once again, Scoof has now sent another unit to Chassor, right into the front line. A Grenadier Voltigeur Apila squad is also coming in. The infantry are not actually in the right position to resupply from the TRM 2000s, which is a mistake from School's part. That infantry needs to be in tip-top shape in ASAP. Otherwise, the Canadian infantry attack could actually take hold.
Yeah, AMX-30 Brennus here getting shut down, but at the same time, another Leo C1 got killed off by AMX-10 hot. Those hot missiles one-shotting the Leo C1s makes pushes with those Canadian tanks really frustrating, because you have to worry about every single ATGM flying into your direction. And yeah, another Leo C1 goes down, another AMX-30 as well, but you have more with 5th Vendée being the real armored division here. And the MX Alf 1s here doing a significant amount of work. The reserve units of Mix90, they seem to be fully defensive. I wonder if he will eventually push up north, but for now he is fully stuck on this Bravo push. And he has Eric's in there. Ooh, that could be the unit to break this, because yeah, Eric's already getting some nice value, and that HGM means that the French tanks have to stay a good bit further away than they expect to. And MXs here get shredded. Artillery on both sides still doing a good job. but situation currently looking relatively promising for Mix90. Whilst a good couple of units here going down in the artillery fire and just gun fire on both sides. The ABs dying and the infantry fights, Mix90 on the paper should win, but the fire support is better on Scoof's side with the MX-30's autocannon.
Yeah. Oh, also the French proliferate the 50 cals about as much as the Canadians do, and with a lot of the M113s already been taken out, I believe they are Mix-90s bringing. Unlike the last game, not every unit is coming out in armored transports anymore. And another 3 Leopards, 2 more mech escort, 2 more reserve. The reinforcements are already coming in for this attack. So
what
even if
Scoof has failed at is that his MX-30s didn't stack up in teams of 2s or 3s, at which point they would just wipe the floor with the Leos, but instead they went single-handedly against 2 or 3 Leos on the other side. So Mix-90 in the direct tank fights lately actually traded quite significantly, and that is what allows him here to get now into the middle. The MX-30s have been beaten. He starts to get a +1 tick here. +1 will take him nearly 8 minutes here to get around into the leading position, but the MX-30 once more getting shut down by Ito ATGM. CV gets killed off, but the armored play here of Scoof lately, not what I expected it to be. MX-30s dying all over the place. His MX-1s now even being pushed back as Mix-90 also leapfrogging a bit through the south. But yeah, this grinding fight for the center. Heavy losses on both sides. Slight advantage Mix-90 lately.
Yeah, Mix-90's reinforcements are now stepping out into the fight, and with all the French squads on low cohesion, and not the units still have not been revived. There's a bunch of supply out there, but the supply has not been used. It's a tragedy of not the maximum, but of a moderate scale, I would say. And the concave formation that Mix-90 has built here with the southern Foxtrot line is basically forcing that every time Scoop's tanks are trying to move to attack the southern flank of the center attack, they get sideshot by Itos. The Itos have pushed so far, and they are also preventing the crucial recon positions, denying crucial recon positions from Scoof. So even though this is a grind here, it is a grind that seems to be paying off, and the goal of Mix-90 is to get here and get here trading well enough that the enemy is not going to be able to counterattack. And with this really wide concave flank, I think that might be realistic. Like, even if you need to do certain things when you're attacking, and in this matchup, the fire support AMX-30s, Leopard 1s is absolutely necessary to achieve anything. The denial of space that Mix-90 has succeeded to do, like you said, that AMX-30s are being put up in a separate, they are not working as groups, but I think that's kind of the way that you position those tanks if you're on the defense, because you don't really have the space to actually reliably maneuver them, and Scoof has so little recon to safely keep them alive.
Oh, ADOT's getting into really good positions now. Seeing the roll-on 3s in the rear even. Seeing the MX-10s, MX-1s there for a while. The ADOT's with its 2,800 meter range, fast ATGM. Really, really big problem. Milan 2 team not finding a shot there as the 50 cults leapfrog forward as well. And yeah, Scoof just lost the tanks engagements, and this is biting him now. He did deal well with the Leo 1s with his support, but every single AMX-30 fight went terribly for him in the last 10 minutes. Every single AMX-30 didn't get its value back. And that is obviously terrible if you play a French tank division, and you have to have that little mobile core as the defensive player as well. Of like one, you can have a couple of tanks on the flank, but you need that one core of 2-3 tanks that just can take out prime targets and that can give you the flexibility. And he never had that ready here. And this is why he is on the back foot now. He gets the CV sniped once more, but there is another CV already. And the shutdown on the reinforcement road right now from the southern angle is making his maneuvering a lot harder here. He is not out of this yet, but he is really hurting now. and the Canadian infantry is pushing forward nicely, and the amount of AMX 30s and AA units currently going down is really, really worrying, and it seems like Mix 90 is on a good path to equalizing the score here.
Yeah, I think Mix 90, like as you said, the depletion of the tank tab and the fire support forces here is the crucial thing. Like
There we
Canadian,
go.
yeah, Canadian
GG.
infantry, good.
Mix
Canadian
90 equalizing the score.
Yeah, Canadian stuff is just good in general. Didn't even have to get like a massive mega end game Hornet wave the early game and forcing the enemy resources and tying them down into anti-air, being able to just crucially remove certain early game units and just basically forcing 5E to lag behind the necessary early mid game mech investments that they need to actually counter. Like the attacks that, like you said, the artillery and the French defenses, especially, they did pay off. Like they did work out pretty well. But the larger strategic context of building up these wide front lines basically prevented French from doing the one thing that they're really good at doing. And
Yeah, you also, I think, could see just a mechanics issue coming up there for Goof at the end of his micro just not quite being able to follow. Like it was Mix 90 just being like, okay, we're gonna fight this decisive fight, and we're gonna throw all our units in, and I'm just going to be a bit better at smoking my units off than gonna be, and you're gonna lose your AMX 30s. I'm gonna keep a couple of Leo C1s alive, and I'm just gonna win this. Like this was the gamble. This, I guess, is also what he gambled on in game number 1 when he made his massive push there in the middle, and it failed miserably. And this time around, though, it did work out. His just superior mechanics did get him through there. I think I could have had the better traits when the game was slow, but Mix 90 just out mechanicking Scoofy in the end.
Yeah, there was not in the first game there was no catch to the strategy. In this case, the catch was absolutely the air game, and I think even Mix 90 was probably a bit surprised at how just amazing value that Foxtrot deploys ground surveillance radar recon team was. Because Protoss can't show this on stream because it would. Oh wait, no, actually you could because these are live games. I'm not. Are you showing the recon, the
No.
POV recon? Yeah, no, because I watched those, and for most of the time here, Mix 90 had complete recon supremacy, and I think that the knowledge or the lack of knowledge on Scoof's part probably like pretty
Hello?
pushes for more defensive unit deployment so that you don't take any unnecessary risks just trying to play standard while having substandard recon coverage.
Yeah. Job really well done here by Mix 90 in the end. Equalizing the score, meaning that we at least go to game number 3, in which I am map number 4, which I'm really happy of, and the chances of a game number 5 increasing with this as well, as nobody on match point yet. And we go to airport, and we go into another really interesting matchup where Mix 90 is going to be the speedy boy with the 9 versus the second guards, and map already being set up right now. So let's start the gambles here. And in the meantime, guys, you can help out once more, helping with the crowdfunding. $750 already. Big thanks there. And if you want to support the channel, Twitch Prime subscriptions and YouTube channel memberships go a long way. And yeah, if you want to hear more Chloride, go over to his YouTube, Twitch channel, link in the chat below as well, to leave a follow so that you know when he is streaming on his own channel as well. And yeah, map number 3, airport, is going to be a relatively slow one when once the early game is over, most likely. But the question is, will the early game be ever over, or will Mix 90 find another pressure point there with the 9th US Infantry?
Yeah, I mean, basically, ninth is going to have to spend even more of their early game budget in the stuff like the ground launch Hellfire, in building up a wide front line of ATGMs ASAP, and this is going to take away from probably the ability to just spam infantry, which is of course something you can do with Ninth. Ninth is way less mechanized than other American infantry divisions. It does still have tanks, and the tanks are not suitable to fighting what the second Tamanskaya does have. Uh, the I think it's going to be very, very micro and decision making heavy on both parts here. Micro is needed both to keep up the efficiency of the ground launch Hellfires, of the FAV raiding buggies, of the few AT planes that Ninth is kind of reliant on, and micro is also required in countering all of those units. And but it basically, if Ninth Infantry gets fought into a standstill, into a position where it has to slow down even a little bit, those few minutes of buying heavy tanks for Skoof could completely just transform the game. So Ninth Infantry has all the incentives in raiding the backlines, in being as annoying as possible, fighting as widely as they can to just demand the enemy cover every possible angle, to position extra redundancy when it comes to like infantry or security troops or whatever. And this is like Mix 90 got picked Ninth Infantry as a counter. So we should assume that there is some kind of a plan in works here. And I would love to see this work out, but I think it's gonna be a significantly bigger test of skill than the latest game here, and not necessarily the 35th game. I think that was a but the skill required in the 35th game is going to be different. Airport is very different from Chandra, and Ninth Infantry strategies are very different from 35th Infantry strategies.
Yeah, I would expect heavy air focus once more. You have the F-15s, you have the paved claws, and on the other side, the only AA units are OSAs, which are great AA units, but on airport, with its long spaces and the long front line, they can't cover everything all at once, especially not in the early game. So you can overwhelm particular areas of the enemy if you win the air fight. The fighter on the side of second guards, they are not terrible. You get the MiG-23P, which is a pretty solid fighter with R-24 MRs and the R-13 M1. And you get especially the MiG-29 913, which is the best MiG-29 of the Soviet Union, as it has 40% ECM and the similar good missiles the other MiG-29s bring around. So you have a fighter that can somewhat keep up with the F-15s on the other side, but you only get one card versus two cards that the other side gets into their high-end fighters. And in the end, the F-15 also gets two more long-range missiles, so in the numbers they can outgun you there as well. Plus, the F-16s come with high ECM and good air-to-air missiles as well with the AIM-9Ms. So they can help out in the pure numbers game as well. So it's going to be interesting. If
What's
we,
the AA tab on the Tamanskaya?
as I said, it's only OSAS. Like,
Oh, only OSAS. Okay, sorry. Yes.
yeah,
So yeah,
that's the only radar A you get together with USAS, but like they are even shorter range. So you can hold up parts of the map relatively well, but you can't hold the whole front line. And getting to the point where you can afford TADU is going to be tough, but you also have a 18 frontal armor T72 coming out, which can eat ATGMs frontally without dying for 200 points, which is pretty cost efficient. Just doesn't quite have the range for the maps, and a lot of ATGMs going to come out of 9th, which makes 2100 meter range tanks a bit painful on airport. So, going to be really interesting to see how the opener is going to play out. The game is up, so we are going in, and yes, Goof once more here, likely going to play the more defensive playstyle. It worked out in game number 1. Let's see if we can make it work once more in game number 3.
Yeah, airport also airport tank play kind of has a lot of going over the top, so to speak. The If you look at the map, you can see the differences between Echo and Foxtrot, for instance. There are very clearly derived lines. If you look at the left and right corners of Echo of just the Echo site, you have on the left side the control towers, which provide you great vision. And then on the northeast side of Echo, you have these tree lines, so which provide you also vision blocking. So between these areas, you have a lot of going over the top. And in that, having only 55 points, 55 kph movement for the T-72 is suboptimal, even if it can eat some missiles. The missiles that are going to come at it are going to be some of the highest quality available, and the cohesion damage is going to immediately start losing the possibility that the T-72 actually reaches its target, going down to something like 40 kph, way too fast.
Yeah. And here we go. Taika being the first unit deployed. Game number 3 is starting, and Mix 90 really with a great opener in the last one with the but like the air opener was reading the enemy phenomenally. And here we have Taika's of Scoof coming in from the get-go, but on the other side, FAVs going up in the really fast speed sniper team. And this is one of the big advantages that the 9th US gets. First of all, these guys in the dune buggies going insanely fast. And second of all, those sniper teams come with the Barrett M82, and that is also lethal against lightly armored units, like the BTR 80, for example, once they get to the stationary spot, because then their damage output goes up by the factor of 10. So, oh no, by 5, but still,
Yeah, fine.
5 times the damage out of the Barrett M82. Basically, 2 shots, something like a BTR 80, or and that is a 40-point unit there that would go down there relatively quickly. Plus, they just win every infantry fight. Even the Mi
Yeah, with
24K would
those
have to be careful.
two. Yeah, with those, like generally you have one 1,200-meter sniper rifle and one like smaller range, shorter range weapon, either a DMR or a rifle or an SMG. But in this case, you have the long range sniper rifle and even longer range sniper rifle. And if you get just one of these squads reliably at 1,000 meters, just firing at an 8-man infantry squad, the 8-man infantry squad has to disengage, even if they are at 1,000 meters. It is an incredible amount of firepower. And of course, alongside the sniper trait, you get an extra level of stealth, even beyond the exceptional level. And Skoof is look at Skoof's Spetsnaz Svedka deployment. The Spetsnaz Svedka, despite its name, is not a special forces unit, but it does get shock, so it can win 1v1 fights in touching distance. It also has a pretty decent AT launcher, fast firing and accurate with decent damage. And the Rasvedka BTR is forward deploying recon deployment with 100 kph. Also has smoke, has decent weaponry, and it is trying to drive into the blue tower. The Two Towers region, the main urban area of airport, is basically an area in which the fighting line is pulled between. The fighting line happens between those uh, two tower regions. And I think Skoof here is using the recon helicopter, the recon gunship, as well as the Spetsnaz Svedka, is going to try to get into the enemy tower and just put the front line right there. That is I think that's a way of trying to deny the enemy the natural path towards capturing Zulu, which is probably what you would do if you're if you were a a ninth player. Ninth gets a lot of good infantry in a lot of good transports. A lot of firepower can be brought out early on with that infantry, whereas all the fire support for Scoof is way more expensive.
Yeah, VADS and Avengers here coming out early on as well, trying to deal with P-24s, but also just likely setting up infantry fire support role for the VADS, though it's not as strong as it has been in the past, but also just support for flying for the planes flying above it, so that your F-15s are a bit more likely to win the fights. We have an OSA here from the get-go out, obviously, as well. That is a necessity. You will need 3, 4, 5 of them out on the battlefield within the first 15 minutes or so for Scoof to have a reliable way of dealing with the enemy air. And yeah, no tanks here whatsoever. That makes sense as well for Scoof, as you just need to be spread a bit thinner against a division like Ninth, and you don't want to give them too valuable of a target at once, because they can just try to get it with the COCV, they can try to get it with their planes, and if you lose it, you're gonna be behind in a really painful way. So spreading out more into the BTR-80 infantry, into BMP-2 infantry, and something like a Rapira, that makes sense. Rapira also can't be targeted by ATGMs, whilst it can deal with enemy light vehicles with its ATGM and its gun quite nicely. So I really like the Rapira investment here.
Yeah, Rapira is a good unit in general, and even better against division such as Ninth. Ninth, generally, how do you kill a Rapira? Generally, you kill it by having like 2 or 3 tanks shoot at it. But those tanks first need to cross its ATGM path, and M60s can't do that. The 9th Infantry, for if anybody is newer, more recent to Warno, 9th Infantry is the American Infantry Division stationed near Denmark, which hosted their prototype and testing system. So we get a lot of like it's not a fully formed combat formation like 8th Infantry or 3rd Armored, but you get all the nice stuff. You get all the weird and wacky stuff, and you also get the reinforcement of National Guards units, which you can see here with the M60 older generation machine gun teams, and in the later game, I'm sure we're going to start seeing some National Guards tanks or even National Guards infantry.
And thanks for the Twitch Prime subscription there, Super Shavi. Taking notes, I guess, for your next face-off against Mix 90 in Strike Team, or for your next league participation. As we have a couple of Humbitos here for the South. And yeah, thank you very much there for that. As this setup here looks pretty much what you would expect out of both sides here for this matchup. And here we have the Mix 90 opener that a certain British YouTuber was complaining heavily about when he lost against it, because he always complains about stuff that he loses against. As Mix 90 is playing the heavy 7.6mm MG setup here, and light rifles following up with that, but this heavy MG output is something that the other side has to chew through, giving you time to get more defensive units behind it. The 7.6mm currently really effective because it is 15 points for 4 hit points. Like, this is basically the thing. The firepower also means that it stops infantry because it stresses them out quite heavily. But the BTRs and the BMP2s will chew through that quite quickly. It's still that it's only 15 points, and that gives it the throwaway potential for the opener to just buy you a bit of time.
Yeah, the COC-V, the COC-V GLHL, the ground launched Hellfire / I don't know, land probably, or no, actually / laser. I think if you look at the place where it is being deployed to, it's basically deployed to prevent the enemy vehicles from moving into Echo, and this position basically requires infantry control over or at least some infantry protection from the red side 2 towers. Those red side towers can spot and can even fire at any units that are stationed in the position where that GLH is going. And yeah, I think early on, it's all going to depend on if Scoof immediately loses this MI-24K. The MI-24K has enough firepower to just ruin Mix 90's opener completely and allow the Rasvedka BMP, the Rasvedka BMP and the Rasvedka BTR to just deploy securely into an aggressive position.
Mhm.
And followed up by some Plamias, this could theoretically become a very big issue for Mix 90, for Mix 90 to basically have to infantry attack on his own side while the enemies behind all of these transitions into heavy mech. But I don't think that's necessarily going to work out. I think Mix 90's inherent opener advantage with these FADs and all these snipers is just more powerful than this.
And F16 here coming in, losing against the MiG-29. As it gets the Mi-24K, but the Mi-24K already did its job. It bought time, it killed a couple of units, and it gave Scoof the spaces that Scoof wanted to get into. So I think the early game here, the opener won by Scoof. Question is can Mix 90 turn around the early game here? And answer so far, not really just yet, but he is maybe in a good position to do so now. He at least still gets most of the other reinforcing units out where he wants them to be, but both sides trade away a good couple of units, BTR-80s and BMP-1s going down. So this is where the 7.6 millimeters might become valuable, but the 30 millimeter grenade launcher on the other side are good fire teams as well. As the VADS goes down on the ground. Oh, the COCV ground launch Hellfire does die as well. This is a pretty annoying loss there. Rapira gets overwhelmed by a 50 cal Jeep. Oh, this is a big win for Mix 90 in itself. Both sides just losing units left, right, and center here right now. I'm not quite sure who gets ahead, but both sides for sure fall behind in unit numbers.
Yeah, I was 5 minutes behind on the cast, so sorry about my bad casting right there. But yeah, the Spetsnazvedka Motorasvedka unit have worked out, and they're still getting harassed by the FAV. Mix 90 not moving the infantry leader and ordering basically an infantry counterattack to or infantry force to hold Papa. It's very unlikely right now for Scoof to actually push into Papa, but just the potential and all of these recon units giving spotting here is a huge modifier for Scoof's attack. But on the other hand, Mix 90, especially dealing with that Rapira, has bought so much space to just play around on the right side of the map. And right now, everything just can and should walk forwards and turn this into a big constant attack for the rest of the game on Scoof's part. Scoof doesn't want to start attacking an entrenched opponent, no matter how much more powerful its division is in the late game. It's just you want to always have some kind of a momentum, and I think that's might be the reason why Scoof is currently sending everything into Papa, just trying to salvage the opener somehow.
Yeah, I mean, both sides lost similar amount of units here. A good couple of important units towards Papa went down for Mix 90. And the BMP-2 here is really, really great. It killed Humvee Tow here already, and it is currently without any real easy counters towards it. So that single BMP-2 of Scoof, that survived. All the BTR-80s, all the other BMPs did go down, but that single BMP-2 that is still on the front line towards Papa might enable him to get enough logical advantage to get through. Seed plane from Mix 90 here. That is a big, significant investment, and it gets the OSA with the first run. And that also gives a good signal on where Mix 90 wants to take this now. And yeah, 9th on airport is a really scary deck. But MiG-21 still gets its bombing run through, but misses as the building just got destroyed in the same second by the ground fire. And the BMP-2 does go down to the second Humvee. MiG-29, 913 here, diving really deep. Doesn't want to go directly to the spawn, though. And yeah, the air-to-air fight here. F-16 has a disadvantage as it only has 2 short-range missiles, but it still might win this, and the F-15 now out. F-16 has a lot of ammo in its Vulcan and gets time on target here. So the MiG-29 goes down. MiG-21 needs to get out. No OSAs on the ground. Really dangerous for Scoof. This might just get airbullied now.
Yeah, the M60 MG wall seems to have now countered and Scoof's attacking the Papa. Scoof is retreating, not having any reinforcements to actually follow this up. Mix-90 is doing a holding pattern with the F-15 near the spawn, which is always a nice little tactic. And the
But
only
the
problem with it
is there, gets a hit. Ooh, Strela with a really crucial hit. Can it find a kill? It can't, but no fighter there immediately up for Scoof to finish the job. At least pushing back the F-15 for a significant amount and forcing Mix-90 to buy another one if he wants to keep on the aircraft attacks, whilst the push forward with the M60s keeps on going out of Papa, but loses it immediately to Conquerors. Ooh, Mix-90 uncharacteristically slow with the micro there. Has another F-15 out though, as Scoof tries to play the air game here in a significant amount here. Second MiG-21 bomber already out. Does go down after killing the light rifle, and the MiG-29 here not with the right turn to actually get on the heel of the F-15 in a significant way. So the F-15 just getting away with the kill. At least the light rifle dragons did go down before the MiG-21 dropped, but still a good trade there for Mix-90. His 7.6mm MGs here in a decent spot as the F-15 now dives deep. Osa and Strela are around here, and both sides with good missiles, but the F-15 does win the fight. A bit of a gamble there by Mix-90. Both in the head-on, both planes are just quite equal. The MiG-29 actually has the advantage because its missiles have slightly better accuracy, so you actually don't want to do that with an F-15 usually, but it did work out here. But Scoof gets around with a bit more units towards Echo. Has the +1 actually right now, as Mix did forego CVs here at the early game as well, but he will get a CV towards Bravo and Foxtrot easily, and the question is, can
BTR.
Scoof get into Echo here and get control back over Echo? The BTR-80 just bullying the TOW by getting into its minimum range so that the TOW can't fight back. That is great maneuvering. Sniper team goes down as well. Mix-90 a bit light on Echo with all the air investment and is losing that point, and he needs to keep the momentum up. He still has momentum as he is pushing back around Papa now as well, but Scoof might be on the brink of starting to slow the game down here, and that is obviously what you want with the second guards in this matchup.
Yeah, combined air investments and the investments to hold Papa are like clearly kept the Echo open. Like Mix-90, the support teams and the snipers and everything, they all worked out nicely, but the BTR was
Osa's not turned off. Osa's not turned off. Seedplane comes in again. Does miss the first shot. Paveclaw comes around here right after. The F-16 seat gets pushed out. Paveclaw can just do gun runs onto ground targets as well. Trying to find the Osa now. Osa not revealed, but the Chaika is. Osa not turned on again. And that means the Paveclaw currently doesn't get shot at. The Osa now turned on again. Bit late. Chaika did get the capture though. +1 tick does continue for a couple more seconds as Mix-90 is rotating around. Loses the Strela to the Paveclaw. And yeah, the loss of the MiG-29 really will hurt in the long run because those fighters are the ones that can actually keep up with the enemy. He got the kill on one F-16, but the F-15s are the problem in the long run. And the Paveclaw here does continue generating value. He does have the double Su-15. Can they find a kill against the Paveclaw? That would be an important kill. Oh no! Oh, their missiles are all shit and they don't get the hit. They don't have a gun to finish the job. This is the pain of the R98. They are all relatively low accuracy, and the Paveclaw has good ECM, so it does get out alive. F-16C on the other side doesn't do anything in return, but still painful to not get the finishing blow there as Scoof here, and not taking an important plane off the menu.
Yeah, Mix-90's counterattack into Echo, the fact that Echo was captured by a micro trickery with the BTRs and not really a force of arms means that Mix-90 is sending one tank, one Humvee, and two infantry squads with the Humvee fire support units, the AGLs here, in case enemy full infantry squads appear. Light Rifles Dragon, expensive unit, 65 points, but it does have 3 machine guns and it does have a Dragon 2 launcher. And these machine guns are light machine guns, which means that they can keep up the fire even when they're running. Which is very effective if you're actually trying to storm these positions here. Plamia does do some damage, but as the support vehicles move in to do damage, the Plamia gets pushed down. MiG-21 Bis coming out here and trying to targeting the Humvee, actually, not only destroying a single Humvee here, the Humvee tow, but the second Humvee tow goes down, and suddenly there's no Humvee tows. Suddenly the BMP has to be dealt by the M60, and even though it is the tank thermal sights variant with the maximum range and pretty decent accuracy, it still has to contend with the there is a Rapira on the side, actually, just getting into the Bastion range, and the BMP also, of course, has Concourses.
Yeah, the BTR-80 here fighting against the AGL trucks as well. The AGL Humvees really good at dealing with enemy infantry teams, so you need to have something mechanized around, but that is not an issue for the second guards. It has the nice flexibility of both having one of the best APCs with the BTR-80 and one of the best IFVs with the BMP-2 that it can choose between. So that is really one of the great things about that new division. Whilst the Rapira here helping out from the rear with its gun as well, dealing out damage against infantry and easily dealing with those Humvees. Mix-90 gets a tick back online. He is a couple points behind, but he will get the capture here because the CV of Scoof got killed by that paved law, so Mix-90 will get ahead in points here, but the CV actually might go down quite quickly. It doesn't even get the capture. +1 will go on, it seems, but M60 likely gonna retaliate here in a second, as BMP2 gets a good hit, but there we go, M60 gets the kill. Light Rifles Dragon under fire by the Rapira. Guardizzi on the way. We have a 155mm artillery piece and the second one coming in. Su-15's fighting against an F-16 behind their spawn, losing the fight. The R-60M's not coming out. F-16 flying over the OSAS though, that might be the kill there. Yes, F-16 versus Su-15. That's a good trade for Scoof. So you also want your Su-15s as a pair, so it's still annoying to lose one, because a single one for sure won't get the kill without ground fire like the OSAS just gave. And
yeah, they just don't have the ammunition to break through the 30, 40 ECM of the American planes. Now, as the Light Rifle Dragons are getting into positions, they're better squads than the Guardezi, and the Guardezi SVD are actually brought out at 0 veterancy, which kind of makes them not really that solid in countering this. The big strong point on the red side towers, the Concourse that was threatening the pattern in the front line, these can be dealt away by the M198s, the howitzers. 155mm howitzers, if microed, are very, very, very good for their price. Only 140 with the truck. And Mix-90, we should expect a player on this level to be able to constantly and repeatedly keep microing these. The ability, especially knowing that the enemy has not shown any artillery yet, Mix-90 can basically get a lot of free salvos out for these things, basically half the price compared to a self-propelled gun. And with these being 155s, they're very powerful and will be able to reliably deal with these Concourses, these Plamias, already blasting down the Rapira, though the Rapira did survive.
Yeah, good micro there
microing
by Scoof, getting it immediately moving after it had that shooting duel with the M60 and the AGL unit, so that the artillery was slightly off target, and then the MTLB is great, as it can survive a hit or two from artillery to avoid getting the Rapira out of the way. BTR-80 here, getting into an engagement with 2 AGL trucks, at which point it starts losing. That shows you the power of those grenade launchers, that even an unarmored truck can beat an APC when they are involved and you have the numbers. BMP2 here gets hit up by the 155mm artillery pieces and is just too stunned down to get the kill, to get out most likely. Oh, but actually survives. Conquerors teams back in there. 30mm grenade launcher teams back in there. So seems like Scoof is getting into a decent spot here. Has two T-64s, one as a leader, one as a normal T-64B here on the battlefield. The AK is the weaker T-64, but it is relatively affordable. 16 frontal armor, still 20 pen, but only the 1925 meter range. So still beats an M60 in a gunfight, but has to push pretty close to get there and doesn't have the ATGM of the T-64Bs.
Yeah, with triple Plumia now in the front line, that's a very good value weapon of bursting down fortified light rifle squads. And Mix-90 is putting his own fire support AGLs and tanks in positions to deal with this. There is a really desperate need to get some supply out there in the front line. These light rifles dragons are very expensive. If you're this close to losing them, you really want to be moving them somewhere safe, but it's not really possible to have. Realistically, you can't walk them through. It's going to take too long, so they're just going to hang out there and hope for supply to arrive. FA-16
gets shut down by the Ulsas. Important kill there. Finally, the AA of Scoof is lucky, and he gets the double shot, double kill. That's how it fell apart for Scoof's AT planes in the first game. Now he gets revenge. Double Ulsa hit there. Really big. +1 here still going on for Mix-90, but the loss of the first paved claw here is really frustrating. Seed plane not around to do anything. F-15 was sharking behind the spawn again, but Scoof just relies on the ground-based AA now, gets another Strela 10, because you want to have a bit of AA that can't be turned off by seed and forced off by seed around, so that the enemy can't just have a seed plane and really bomb your radar AA whilst the seed plane is around.
Oh,
artillery here, the 155 doing a great job and really making it quite annoying to be around that center point for Scoof's forces right now. But Scoof is getting more heavy forces onto the battlefield, is getting his own Akatsuya now out as well. So the situation here starts to become the kind of game that you want to fight as second in this matchup. Question is just, how much tick does Mix-90 can generate here, and does he still maybe get another big airwave online that still can break this and set it back long enough that second can't just roll over him?
Yeah, Scoof has great positions and still an ATGM concave, which has been really just eating away at these M60s. And now we're seeing the first reserve National Guards M60 A3s coming out here. And the M60s are a point sink. If you just lose them and you don't get anything out of them.
Oh, COCB gets bombed! Oh, no. MiG-21 with the valuable target hit. That's one of the key targets. One of them went down earlier. Another COCB taken off. MiG-21 not being hunted down by F-15s. Great kill, meaning that you can maybe suicide run it on the last remaining one later on as well. And yeah, that means just ATGM superiority now for the T-64s and their BMP2 friends. And Conqueror's teams here helping out big time as well. Really valuable kills lately by Scoof. His Akatsuya is now also getting involved, and once the ATGM wall of 9th starts to start falling apart, there is going to be little to stop the T-64 BMP2 wall, plus a couple of T-72s maybe later on as well, that will run into your face.
Yeah, it's this is becoming increasingly desperate for Mix-90 as the tanks just come out here in numbers. There are so many NG TOWs, and the NG TOWs are a nice touch here. They cannot penetrate the frontal armor of any of the Soviet tanks, but they really don't have to. They are. It is difficult to, from the long ranges, to see whether you're being fired at by TOW 1 or TOW 2, and the differences being massively in damage, of course, but the range is the same. So the Acacia, which is and rest of the artillery are going to be trying to destroy enemy fortified ATGMs. So having the numbers for Mix 90 here, basically meat shielding themselves and mixing up the expensive ATGMs in the middle of them is a way to just keep the Acacia working and never really getting those few crucial kills and never knowing when you actually get those few crucial kills. And also, any kind of a missile coming out from long range probably are going to smoke against it. Are you going to take the risk that it's a TOW 2? Most likely not.
Yeah, FAV TOW 2 here now coming up as well. +1 tick does stay up. And we are now at least 300 points ahead, which is a decent lead for Mix 90. But you obviously want to get more than this. Might get even more than this. Is 155mm artillery getting another good kill here. T-64A didn't get repaired. So we will see the return of the +2 here. Counter battery now being called in, but Mix 90 too good with his micro. I say that as the artillery actually does land already. So one of the artillery pieces gets stunned down. But the next shell needs a direct hit to kill it. Doesn't get the direct hit. Okay, 155mm artillery pieces do survive. Get out of there alive. Mix 90 getting away with a close call. EADS and the COCV supply units though getting shut down because Scoop getting a nice flank out of the town there. MP2s getting into an engagement here with the TOW 2 units and the M60. M60 eating frontal hits, getting stunned down. FAV TOW 2 forced back as well. Second one still likely gonna get the BTR-80. No, good smoke there from Scoof. And yeah, the loss of the CV unit in the middle here, pretty annoying for Scoof. The +2, something that you really want to avoid at this point. And that he didn't get the kill onto the National Guard leader on the other side is also pretty frustrating. But his Acacia's constantly busy now with the TOW units in the southern part of the map. He is getting the better trades lately with the kills on a lot of light rifles and so on, but the TV unit going down still highly frustrating here.
Yeah, double barrage here, targeting these NG TOWs. Well, second Acacia has now been brought up, and with a number of both recon units and units, it seems like Scoop's front line has taken form. No movements have been really happening here to prevent Mix 90 from being slowly encircled, and Scoop now even sending a T-64 into a pretty aggressive position, very close to, I mean, this is Dragon 2 range here, and Light Rifles Dragon is trying to get into position to shoot at it, but with all of the BMPs and the T-64s in a wider front line, the like any infantry units that show themselves here are getting immediately bursted down. Now, Mix 90 is countering this by arming the flank with 2 Humvee TOWs, which should be more than enough to destroy this. And now Mix 90...
We currently have you on a robot voice. It seems like your connection might be struggling there for a second, but yeah, F16 and F15 here coming around. I don't think it was on my end this time around, but yeah.
No, it was on my end. My game was also lagging, so it was on my end.
Okay, BMP2 and T-64s here rotating around. Seed plane doesn't get a kill against them, but sends the pave floor their way. Pave floor not getting the kill, though. Gets shot down. That's the second pave floor down without even killing the Osa. Seed plane gets out alive, but that's the 2 most valuable aircraft in the deck dead already, and that's still 15 minutes remaining, +2 situation. And if we have a look here, Echo should be something that Scoof can clear out relatively soon, and then moving to Foxtrot, not gonna be easy, because there has been enough reinforcements there for Mix 90, but Mix 90 is gambling here, because Echo will fall, and he is baiting the enemy kinda towards Foxtrot, but at the same time, Papa has only 3 MG teams and a light rifle dragon in front of this. If Scoof smells the situation out here, if Scoof starts putting up some pressure there, He can easily get Papa within 3-4 minutes here, and this is the big gamble here. There's finally started to show up some toe twos for the area, but if Scoof would move quickly now, he still could maybe even start getting there in time. He is currently seemingly pivoting a bit more towards Foxtrot. That would be a big mistake. Papa is the prize here. If he get that point, he will get the point difference here in a couple of minutes, and it is really an easy target right now, especially after the two paved claws did bite the dust.
Yeah, I gotta say, if I was Scoof and I would see this Kiowa just fly around there randomly, helicopters are so often a sign or a signifier of weakness. You get the Kiowa there because you already don't have a single recon unit, and if this is something that Scoof realizes, we could see just straight up marching to the west like Genghis Khan. The TOW Ace will be in position in time to prevent anything, but if Scoof sees them land at the same time as they sees the Kiowa, the Spetsnaz currently does not have vision over this, and basically, yeah, literally no vision for Scoof on what's happening in Papa right now. But but Scoof does have a good understanding of what's going on in Foxtrot or near Foxtrot, and I feel like even though there are now 5 infantry squads getting bought, 3 more artillery pieces, all of them to siege Foxtrot. Oh no, is Scoof just going to lose the chance to get the biggest upset here, just immediately pushing west? I think that's probably going to happen.
He
A lot
gets
of reinforcements.
good kills with the Akatsias lately. He killed a couple of National Guard toes, but he also gets a couple of TOW 2 teams here. So he really also softens the way towards Foxtrot. Like, even if he doesn't push Papa, Foxtrot starts to look vulnerable here as well. Because there have been 4 or 5 TOW teams going down in the last 3 minutes as well, which was the main line of defense there. He still has the Kiowa. He still has the TOW 2 teams here in form of the FAVs and a couple of M60s rolling in for the south as well. But Mix 90's defense of Foxtrot looked a lot scarier a while ago. And now the BMP-1 infantry plus T-64s plus BMP-2s likely going to be able to do this here, as BMP-1s can easily deal with the FAVs and so on as well. And yeah, the M60s have to be scared of all of this as well. The 120mm mortars seemingly showing up for setting up a good smoke, and then setting up the push towards Foxtrot. And by now, capturing Foxtrot still would be enough. So you can play that as well. And yeah, Zulu is not in danger. Papa still looks pushable for the late game, but it still looks pretty grim for Mix 90 in the south here as well.
Yeah, this Fault unit down south is just amazing value. Once again, a cheap ground surveillance recon unit, because it shows the infantry when the infantry are moving from building to building, thus giving Mix 90 a really good idea of where the front line is and where the enemy recon are. I'm still kind of surprised about all of these reinforcements going at Foxtrot, but I guess I guess Mix 90 is just betting that that Scoof is going for the hard target. Now right here we have the ultimate going over the top, which is crossing the incredibly long and wide runway. There are roads. It is possible to fast move through certain positions here.
And the good part is the smoke
not realistic.
The smoke wall of 3 mortars just constantly pumping in smoke now. It will most likely break most ATGM line of sights. One National Guard tow here still has an annoying one from the side, and the Humvee tow will get in there as well. That better get smoked off as well. Yep, beat the 120mm aiming there. Acacia's trying to clear out the forest behind all of this, and one FAV tow 2 already got gunned down here. A couple more FAVs and 7mm going down. The M60s don't want to push through the smoke, but they kind of have to. And a massive wave of BTR-80s just rolling quickly in here. This mechanized charge is looking pretty unbreakable at this point for Mix 90's forces. He just doesn't have the momentum anymore, and the mechanized wave has arrived. The Guadizzi here will just take hold of this and lock it down. The Air Force doesn't matter because it doesn't have the bombers. F-16C
Hello?
cluster. Ooh, gets on top of the CV. Okay, that is obviously important. Will pay for it with its life, most likely. The OSA's not turned on! There are two OSAs that should have gotten the kill there, but the F-16 goes down in the end anyway. Okay, so F-16's cluster gets a kill. That is relatively important. F-15 gets pushed back, but the units still likely just gonna take hold of all of this. BTR-80 is diving deep, just trying to find enemy units, but the M60s get shut down here on the front line. The smoke isn't constantly applied because some of the mortars got hit by the artillery, and the smoke is actually lightening here right now as the tanks got shot, and the M60 T-64s here just on a quick move. Oh, big issue with the BMP-2 and the T-64 movement orders there, I believe. Goof not using hunt commands there, and Humvito's getting side shots that they just shouldn't have gotten, losing all his tanks here. So in the end, the loss of the T-672 still might be working out here for Mix-90, especially with his artillery fire on good spots. F-16 Seed gets an OSA this time around, might get shut down. Yeah, it does get shut down, so the Air Force is all but gone for Mix-90, but he still has some VADS here on the ground, and he has killed the fire support units. He
But
has
there's a key weakness. All of this infantry is zero vet. All of it is zero. It cannot hold and actually like stay in here. Just a few infantry units supported by all of Mix 90's fire support can rout this force. And there are no units, no tanks currently moving in to actually support this. The artillery will be
Would have
keep firing.
M60 is pushing too deep though. There are too many Quadzitsi
Oh, yeah,
with
that's right.
side shots potential here. And there is a Chaika leader here that actually gives them the veterancy that they need. This M60 push, a bit overeager. Maddie's infantry there is still around as well. AGL teams though, and the VADS are
Oh, but
around.
the
And the COCV, the last one, gets around. We have a T-80U on the battlefield here as well that will have a gun duel with the COCV, or ATGM duel. Does smoke away though as the COCV's missile flies a bit faster. And we don't have any helicopters here lately. The Akatsiya is getting counter-batteried. The loss of the Chaika, really annoying. Papa still not pushed. 8 minutes remaining only. Now the time starts to run thin here for our player in red. Did Scoof do the wrong push and get punished for it? The MiG-21 gets the last COCV of the battlefield. The T-80U now will have a lot easier time. Another mech plop comes around, but where are his CVs? There is no CV on the battlefield right now.
I think there were so many outside of the Chaika. I think all the leaders for Skoof might be tank leaders, and those have to, yeah. Now we have seen another T-64 leader, and those are just inefficient to get on the board quickly. They're expensive, and they take their sweet time. And yeah, this second wave of infantry attacks are going to happen, and maybe they're going to land around the same time as the T-64 gets out there.
Scoof still has enough forces to push the north. He has BMP-1s there, he has a T-64 there, a couple of BMP-2s, and there's still only two teams with a couple of MGs. T-80U does go down to the cluster. It gets the kill there, but he has no CVs to push everywhere. Papa would be the way to go, but yeah, the lack of a Chaika right now to even follow behind that is big. And here we go. Victory is called as Scoop never smelled the weakness in the north. He is head in trades, and he could have pushed Papa, but Mix-90 is getting away with the ruse, and Scoop does GG out of it. And if he would have had a single CV north, he would have likely still been able to win this, but he didn't have it, and he didn't have it in time. And in the end, Mix-90 gets the 9th US victory here on airport.
Yeah, Mix 90. I was predicting for Scoop to win this straight up, and I think around the mid game part when those M60s were just constantly being taken out by Scoop's way better positions, and Scoop really just went in and kind of bought his own hype, I would say, or bought the hype of the battle group, because just doing like standard the recon infantry and the infantry, the screen and the cheap units, they were out there. There was nothing really preventing School from finding out what the situation was around Papa, but I think there was just kind of emotional momentum when you have been using the artillery to bombard that defensive line for such a long time, so you already are emotionally invested in going at there, and then when you give your orders to the artillery, and then you're like, yeah, okay, so I'm gonna buy these infantry units and I'm gonna buy that leader unit, and you just get into that one track mind. The horse blinder effect happens there. And yeah, just sitting down for a second, and maybe, I don't know if there were any fast recon unit, but just even a BTR to just hang around and find out. Uh, they could have maybe seen the TOW twos, and then maybe the TOW two would have pushed and made Skoof as too scared to push into Papa, and then Skoof had given like extra 1 or 2 minutes for Foxtrot to fortify. But I would even then say this was like a one track mind sort of a thing. I think Skoof argued himself into the bad attack by just investing into the artillery and fighting against that front line for such a long time.
Yeah, and he could have won that push as well, but he just mismicroed so much there. Like the T-64s moving the way they did was atrocious, and the infantry came in just a bit off. And Mix 90's counter battery on the mortars was massive, because that meant that the smoke was lifting just at the wrong moment. And yeah, even in the end here, Scoof being ahead in points, if he would have had the units at the right spots, he could have won it, but he didn't have the CVs on the battlefield. And Mix 90 up to 1, meaning he is on match point now, going on to Izura. And that matchup on Izura, we're going to see 4th Divisia versus 31st Tankovi. Not going to be an easy one for Scoof. So, yeah, Izura really going to be a important one here. And we're gonna have a short break here, as Mix 90 needs a short break, and we're gonna take that one here on stream as well. So we're gonna be back after a quick one, guys, as I need to grab something to drink here as well and need to use the restroom too. So 2 minutes, and then we're gonna be back with more Warno action your way. And the players are getting back into the session here, so should be back in a minute here into game number 4. Once more, 31st Tankovi versus 4th Division. So 31st Tankovi, really good, solid T72 division on Missouri. 4th Division, really heavy uh, uh, infantry mechanized division with not the biggest tank tab, but Leo 2A force in it. It has also the MR10 artillery, which is amazing on the map. But on the other side, 31st also gets good artillery in form of the normal Acacias, some Prima cluster artillery, which can be really good in the counter battery role as well. And you get a lot of T64 72s, the OBR 81, and the OBR 69, and the B, and a good amount of mech infantry, plus the Czechoslovaks to help out with a bit of the weakness of the mechanized Soviet decks, that their infantry is only 7-man squads with 1 MG. You get a 9-man squad with double MG here with the Streltsies to get you good combat infantry with good numbers. So this should be a really interesting one, especially as Izura is usually all about who just gets a slight bit more into the concave whilst grinding in the middle. And yeah, we have both players in the session. We have
Yeah,
everything setting up. It should be an
I
absolute fest.
I feel like this is gonna be where we're gonna see school play into the most pro commie like division. Like Isura as a map and the map's design really like supports very early transitions into large numbers of tanks. Like if neither player has an immediate early game advantage in actually getting a breakthrough, it's very easy to just start going into that turtling position where, well, I'm gonna put a tank here, and I'm gonna put a tank here, and I'm gonna just keep buying these tanks because I can. And the Dutch player is the Dutch player is given decent enough fighter bombers, very good tanks, and an ability to put down a lot of infantry relatively, and like a lot of HE damage relatively fast. But the infantry is not going to win against the Czechoslovak or the Soviet infantry necessarily, and the fire support is very vulnerable as they only have 2 armor, so they can be easily dispatched by any vehicles, any ATGMs. And I think this is a place where fourth, my own favorite armored division, 4E, is gonna have to basically just juke. They're gonna have to hustle. They're gonna have to. They don't really have the capacity to scale into the late game to surpass 31st. As 31st is just gonna have a better infantry tab. It's gonna have more ATGMs overall. It's gonna have a overall like I believe the numbers of the 72s are also superior to the Leopard 2s. So
Yeah,
Leopard 2s,
by a good amount. Like in the
yeah,
end, 4th Division, like you only get 8 or so Leo 2s. Like with the leaders, you get up to 12 if you really want to go all the way there. But the T72s and 31st are basically endless. And you also get the Beeman fire support, which can be quite helpful in the early game. You get a T55 AM1, which can duel nicely with the Leo 1 on the other side and beat that. But you are a bit slower with this division. Your air tap also isn't great with 31st, so you need to get your AA up there in time, because the bombers of 4E can be quite dangerous. 4E has the F16 clusters, has the F5 HEN clusters, which are all relatively cost efficient. So you want to get stuff out there before those can land, and we'll see how it goes. Game is up, so let's get in and let's have a look in game number
they have
4.
the F5 rockets, not the F5 clusters. F5 clusters are in MNAT.
Both, for sure. Or they have the HEs. Are pretty good as well.
Yeah, F5 story. Yeah.
Yeah, they have the F5 rocket and HEs. Defend the cluster as well.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Uh, Nobody betting on Scoof. I need to bet on Scoof. I mean, damn, that's 10K on Scoof immediately if this is the way people are going. It's 40K to 10K in the betting markets right now. Mix 90 leading significantly. I think there's a bunch of points here. Bunch of points here on the table.
Yeah, I feel like 31st is the better division for this map. If
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
can deal with the M110s, like either not getting hit too much by them or get them with the Prima, both an option. So Scoof here has a really, really good defensive setup then. And the question is, will we see similar games of what we saw lately on Isora, where it's just a heavy grind on Foxtrot and Delta, and whoever has the slightly better flank wins the game? Like, that's basically how it went every single game we saw lately. Last time we saw this was between Scoof and Stahlbrecher in the semifinal there, with better outcome for Scoof. And yeah, BO105s here coming out. The KCT Verkenner, the forward deploy advantage in form of this really weak combat unit, but it has special forces, it has an AT weapon, and it can deploy further forward than anything on Scoof's side. But Scoof, starting with the double CV in the cheapest form possible, 40 points MTLBU, will move a bit slower than your normal CV, but with two of them, you're still going to capture faster than with one fast CV. And yeah, this is going to be really interesting. This map in general usually comes down to the micro in the center, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so far, I mean, Dutch strengths here are a great great recon tab. The Werkeners AT are excellent at holding sightlines because of their Carl Gustav. They're a standard four-man squad with a Carl Gustav, so you can put it into the sightlines, as we can see here. The recon helicopters, of course, kind of necessary, especially when a map that's physically this small. You can get a lot of early recon, and then you can just quickly run behind your front line and keep those helicopters around there. The M113 CNV, nowadays you only get a single card, which is good because back when you got two cards of these, it was pretty silly. Still only 55 points, still a very good unit. 10 max damage kind of compensates for only having one armor. No other weapons but the great Oerlikon autocannon with 4 penetration, high-tech autocannon. And yeah, if you can get the KCT Werkeners out there to just grab some vision for yourself. The idea is that the M113 CNVs can move in safely and open fire in whatever recon unit Rasvedka Saperi most likely is going to be spotted there. The TOW2s are out in numbers, fortunately, for 4E, so they do have weapons outside the Leopards that can easily dispatch of T-72s, but the most of them are going to be in vehicles as the Prats. The Prat is a nice little thing. It's got a machine gun also, as well as a smoke launcher, so it has some basic survivability, but yeah, the weakness that we're going to see is if you look at the if you look at the front line here, the map is put cut into the middle in between Foxtrot and Delta. Echo belongs to the blue player, Charlie belongs to the red player, and the front line is pulled basically in the middle of Foxtrot and Delta. So a lot of ground where infantry units can easily just switch from building to building and thus force the enemy fire support, especially early on, to just move around and reveal itself to possible lurking ATGM units. The infantry's ability to like win fights against each other in these building situations either depends on satchel charges and shock, which is when they are at touching distance, or machine guns and numbers, which is when they are firing at each other from cover. And the machine guns and the sniper rifles make so that one of the squads is going to be suppressed first, and when they get suppressed, what happens is what I like to call a cohesion snowball. So if you suppress your enemy infantry squad early on, the overall damage that they can do to your infantry is lowered so significantly that you can basically get a series of good infantry fights. That is the risk of going against or trying to attack something with the Dutch infantry. And that is why I think we are not barely getting any Dutch infantry here. The largest squad we're seeing is the Natre, which is the 9-man reservist squad, which is being brought at 1 veterancy, and also in a non-reservist transport vehicle.
Yeah, they are pretty solid there. And on the other side, we now have seen the first T-72 deploy, and I'm surprised that we only see Leo 1 and Ls here from Mix-90. I kind of expected a Leo 2 sneaky style out of Mix-90, trying to get away with it. But instead, it's a triple Leo 1 and L. That's a pretty classic Leo 1 and L force. Like, this is what you usually want to go for when you have these tanks. The Leo 1 and L basically being a Leo 1A1A1. And 3 of them can deal with the T-72. 3 of them are efficient at dealing with BMPs. And they also give a decent amount of firepower. So that's why you usually bunch them together like this. And they just gonna go into the center. Like, Mix-90 is not doing anything special here. He's just trying to get enough recon out on the flanks that he can't get easily flanked, and then just he's going with the sledgehammer to the middle and will try to ram into Delta from the get-go. But on the other side, BMP2s is pretty good, and the T-72A here coming around in a decent force as well.
Yeah, the deployment of Scoof is basically expecting a recon rush into Delta. The Scoof is not even trying to get into Delta. It is possible, and one of the strategies that on this map that you could do is the Dutch get they get recon engineers basically, guys with ultis and satchel charges, so they could theoretically go into Delta and just dispatch any recon coming from Scoof's side or any infantry, and then Scoof would have lost a bunch of units in the opener. Well, Scoof is prepared for this and thus is basically building a concave around Delta and taking positions that are supposed to like kind of make the existence in Delta completely impossible for Mix-90's troops. So that basically gives time for Scoof to get his own stuff on board and do whatever strategy is necessary, whether it be infantry or tank counterattacks. And we're seeing a lot of the ZU-23 AA guns also being used as infantry support weapons. A lot of people are still using them as anti-infantry weapons despite the massive anti-infantry damage nerf, and I think that's valid. I think it's okay. They still work out. I don't think they're overpowered anymore. I could change my opinion later on, but yeah, the amount of ammunition that they spend and the fact that they don't finish off infantry squads, they just suppress and route them. I'm okay with that. I think maybe they should be slightly more expensive than 30 points, but who knows.
I don't think they are that great anymore in that role. Like, yeah, they still stop the enemy, but they're not gonna kill them. And any artillery just takes them out in decent time now. Plus, if you have a decent amount of infantry, you're just gonna kill them now. So yeah, I feel like the time of them just being used like this is soon to be over. Like, some special ones like the VADS still gonna be used, and you're still gonna use them when you bring them, but you usually still want to use them against helicopters, and they're no helicopters out of CLKA, out of 4th Division, because they don't get any. So it's not something I would invest too much into here. 2 ZTU-23 though makes sense, and the T-72A here moving through the north, seemingly trying to get a flank for Scoof. Like, Scoof is trying to get into the positions that usually win you the game on this map, and having the slight concave around Foxtrot and Delta, well, uh, getting the fight in Delta and Foxtrot fought over by having the complex that is more towards the blue side in the north. If you can get that building complex, you are in a pretty good spot. Question is just, will he actually get in there? And it's likely that he will, because there's not that much going there for Mix 90. As Mix 90 is just ramming down the middle. He's doing the standard stuff, and Fox in Echo is protecting Echo from the south. Echo is pretty vulnerable, so if for early rushes down the south, and if you lose Echo, you are in big trouble as the blue side. But Echo also gives you a great position towards Delta, so that is trade-off there. Echo a bit more aggressive as a position than Charlie, but also a bit easier to push in the early game. And yeah, BMP here running around. Well, 30mm grenade launchers coming in. Gear 105 moving slowly forward, and that might give Mix 90 the information they need. Statue 23 on the way. Gear 105 rotating north now. I don't think he sees all that much as yet. But
sees the amount of recon at the very least, and but doesn't see anything critical.
Yeah, the BMP-1 mod Redka being so slow allows him, though, to get the KCT cannon into a massive spot here in the middle. Ooh, they missed their first one. They get the second one on target against the BMP-1. They finish the job, and they now just dodge away from the Conquerors and the 30mm, but more units here can move towards the center. And yeah, Scoof trying to make it around the flank. 7.6mm and a Bofors in getting out there now for Mix 90. As MTLBU rotates forward, Conquers is around against the first M113, against the Bofors supply trucks. T-72 pushing up as well. ZU-23 now getting involved into all of this as well. What's the YBRs? Firing against the BMP-1. Important action here. And yeah, second UK, the 4th Divisa here moving around, but 31st in okay spot, moving forward with the BMP. T-72 doesn't see the YPR, doesn't see the YPR. The Russian community not on the right spot, and gets side shotted. Oh, it moves to the side in the last second, trying to break line of sight, but instead of breaking line of sight, it just dies because of the side shot that allows the enemy to get. Oh, massive mistake, and there comes the F-16, though the coup is around. Producer will find the kill. Okay, important kill back there, but losing the T-72 there is an enormous speed loss for the side flank, and this side flank is supposed to be the great thing here for Scoof. This is what repays him for giving up Delta in the early stages here. He gets a good amount of kills on the ground right now, and Mix 90 has to be careful to not overextend his investment in trying to counter it, but the loss of the cluster bomber repaying Scoof relatively nicely for the loss of his tank in the long run. For now, though, Scoof needs to get another one on the front, and yeah, it's on the way, but it's not here yet. Leo 1 and Ls have to be careful. Conquerors still have some missiles, and the Plymia 30mm and the ZU-23s did a decent job at Delta as well. Forest line still fully under control by Scoof, but Mix 90, once he moves the CV around here, will get the tick. And having the tick on this map can be pretty nice as well, because it is not the easiest map to push either.
Yeah, now this is Leopard country right now. Like the Leopard ones losing their only natural predator here basically means that they can just do free damage, and they have already moved into a more kind of wider front line here to just counter these damages, finding out that okay, well now Mix 90 is finding out that the enemy is trying to get into Delta. There is a Leopard 1 there already. There are no infantry to counter this, but the Zero Vet Motras Vedka could maybe be bursted down by the machine guns if it's misplayed. Leopard 1 taking a hit from the Conquerors and getting routed out of this, and Scoof's infantry is still pushing out there. There is a Bofors gun, but as you said, those things have been recently nerfed. They're not an auto-win button against the infantry anymore. 3 Nat-Res squads as well, 3 machine guns moving out. Only the cheapest of infantry, only the most efficient. None of the infantry fighting vehicles start coming out.
BMP1 this time around dodging. T-72 once more coming into the line of sight of the YPR. Should, go through the building. BMP2 gets hit, needs to smoke off. Is not smoking off just yet. The Motor Strelts gets the kill though. Ooh, Conqueror's there. Does hit, even from the stressed out BMP2. Malyutka and Conqueror's teams here really leapfrogging forward nicely. The Leo 1's not working out for Mix90 so far. Gets a BMP1 kill here in the end. But the Leo 1NL, of course, has suffered quite heavily. That card nearly out. Oh no, T-72 missing on a super close range shot against the YPR. Has to smoke off. Another one does go down to the Conquerors though. In the end, Scoof here with the better trades right now. But Mix90 has the +2 with the capture now on the Delta point. Though he hasn't reinforced into Delta. So Scoof can just kind of move into it. MTLB on the way right now. 30mm grenade launchers and T-72As are around. And T-72s here currently with only the YPRs to deal with them. As the Leo 1NLs aren't really doing so. And there are no Leo 2s on the battlefield yet. The first one now bought, moving in slowly. MTLBU capturing the point. Trying to get out now as the Leo 1NL is rotating around. And a couple of units here now starting to die for Scoof again. But in general, his trades lately have been really good.
Yeah, infantry attack or infantry counterattack going into Delta right now with a bunch of this Nat-Res and machine gun teams. And there's not enough here for Scoof to actually do anything about this. The way more anti-tank weaponry, and the Plamias will try, but most of Scoof's resources are currently holding up and defending an area that has no points. No zones are currently being earned by Scoof. So even Scoof having this Akatsya and Scoof buying a group of Saperi RPOs and Strelchi to the large group of infantry actually, but importantly 0 vet infantry. Moving into Delta.
Yeah, but if we remember the latest games on this map, this kind of flank move that Scoof does do right now usually won the grind on the long run. And Mix90 also does want to face it here. Did rotate around north with quite a lot of forces to try to hold this off. And he is currently not trading well. Akatsya finds another Leo 1NL. And the T-72 can just front check these Leos. The Leo 2A4B might be changing that. That one rolling through the forest here, that is the big game changer. And it gets an immediate hit and it gets the first kill. This is big. This is the momentum breaker that Mix90 needed there. Otherwise, the situation started to get somewhat dicey. Saperi RPO here arriving just in time in the middle. Conquerors trying to get a fight out against the Leo 1NL. Needs that hit here right now. Does find the hit. Leo 1NL goes down, but the Nat-Res with the kill against Streltsy in transport. ZU-23s plus Saperis here still around, but Mix90 still with full control over this, still with the +2, and a kill on the T-72 in the north is massive. But Scoof...
and to help with the kill and the tempo here, Leopard 2A4C just arrived, and with all of these units around, all of the support equipment, even the AA and the recon helicopter, this is a great environment for Mix90's Leopard. The Leopard 2A4C gets sent out there to support the Delta attack, and it's probably going to just try to remove some of the AA guns and do some gunfire support. Oh no, it's actually moving in the southern flank here, and with the reinforcements coming in, we're seeing now regular infantry, Panzerinfanterie, as well as increased Nat-Res reinforcements coming in. Panzerinfanterie going into Delta and Nat-Res going up air into the northern flank. This is so far looking very good against Mix90. I mean, we're seeing T-55 AM1s coming out, which are not good at attacking. They don't have good armor. They don't have smoke, and they do get blasted by all the modern AT weaponry of the Dutch, only capable of doing fire support really, and fire support is not the thing the Scoof is lacking right now.
Yeah, Conquerors and T-72 trying to deal with the Leo 2A4C, who was close to showing side armor there, gets frontally hit and stressed out. The T-55s are great fire support though, and they also deal okay with the Leo 1s, but the Leo 1s are basically taken off the battlefield already. Well, it's BMP2s and T55AMs here still getting around. BMP2 does miss, but the Leo 2A4C goes down in the middle. Oh, it comes around and it gets side-shotted. Big loss for Mix90. Side-shot Ellie is up again. I'm not quite sure what got the kill there. It might have been the BMP2. I think it was the BMP2 in the rear with a Conqueror's side shot. And that is just enough to get a one-shot kill, but the Leo 2A4C was already damaged. So massive kill here for Scoof. Scoof now in a great spot to push back Delta if he takes the advantage now, because he has a BMP2, he has a T55 there, and there's no tanks around for Mix90. That Leo 2A4C was supposed to hold that all off for on its own for a long while, and now he needs to get another one in there. Bonker's position here for Scoof, pretty great. The +2 still big for Mix90, but Scoof is absolutely up in the trades now again. And has the Acacia blasting out as well. Doesn't really hit anything with it lately. And I feel like it should focus more on targets in the south right now, helping out on stopping the tick, but Scoof still heavily focused on trying to win this northern flank, trying to get into the enemy forests, and if he gets into that forest, that is big, but I don't think that's really something that he can achieve anytime soon.
Yeah, simultaneously, another wave of Saperi RPOs with some fire support moving into Delta once again. The Natres have not been supplied. There are no reinforcements here, so the Saperi RPO should be able to take this with the MTLB right behind them. T-55s in a great usage here as basically fire support against the machine gun teams. And even Igla pushing up, tried to take out the recon helicopter with so
we
many
have a
points.
Prima. It's targeting the wrong pot. Oh, Scoof did read the movement of the Leo 2A4 wrong. He's targeting with the Prima towards the infantry instead of towards the Leo 2A4 position. Or is he? As the Leo 2A4 is actually moving directly into it. Not sure if he's on hold fire. I don't think he is. Oh, he might just get lucky. He might just get lucky. That Leo 2A4 just moves into the forest and is getting clustered. Oh, the Prima getting a first kill here most likely. That Leo 2A4 is so dead. Amazing luck there for Scoof. Another Leo 2A4 bites the dust. He is getting back into Charlie. And Mix90 is in more trouble here in the tank segment. He gets the T55 killed, but that is not worth a Leo 2A4 at all. The Prima already targeting the next part of the map and will get more rounds towards that spot. Is just being used as an anti-infantry unit here. It does that as well, but it doesn't do it greatly. And yeah, now aims towards the Leo 2A4C in the north with its last couple of shots. Only has 9 remaining, but that might be enough to at least give the T-72 a fighting shot. The T-72 is already engaging it though, that's not great. Yeah, needs to smoke off here. Panzer Infantry Dragon got back into the buildings in the north. Has a T-72 still around. Prima gets some more salvos out, but the Leo 2A4C is actually moving forward and won't get hit there. Prima will have a long reload time. The reload time of it is significant, 165 seconds, and it currently doesn't even have supply, but the next Leo 2A4B gets side-shotted here. It's down to 1 hit point. Ooh, it smokes off just in time. That would have been just devastating, losing another one this quickly. You want to get a critical mass of 3-4 of them out, and currently there is only 2, and one of them now is heavily damaged. The third one getting bought right now. Losing another one here would have likely allowed Scoof to kind of just roll forward on the northern part of Mix90 with his armor and just take every single fight. Has a B1 out now as well, which is the highest level of T80B in the game currently when it comes to its frontal armor and gun capabilities, and is pushing forward.
Yeah, this so far, like the weaknesses in the reinforcements of Mix90's infantry reinforcements, the one infantry squad to actually hold against the Saperi RPO, it is a single Natres. Now the M110 and the extra Leopard 2s have been prioritized here and will probably pay off, but I seriously doubt that Mix90 is getting back into Delta at all. So 570 points, that's what he got. And there's not going to be any quick movements towards east with any of the fighting lines here, and not being able to reinforce that front line despite having such great environment to do that is exactly what Scoof wants to by killing key units with the Prima or taking out the Leopards. Leopards are the backbone, but a backbone alone does not hold this front line. You also need M110s, you also need some infantry. And the M110 now trying to counter this by targeting the T-72 that's machine gunning the Verkeners right now. And it it seems to be staying still. So M110 at really close range might get a 3-salvo hit. But just the Streltsy suppressing down the Natres really quickly. The Leopard 2s not having any heavy machine guns, but still, not being...
Ooh, M110 gets the first hit. Oh no, it was not directed though. And the T-72 immediately moves after that, so won't get the kill there. T-72B in fight with the Leo 2A4, which is still damaged. That one does get out. Prima 80% reloaded with 1 shot missing as it eats the whole Mi-8 MT, and that also refueled it, so it didn't quite get all the ammo. Aiming towards the Leo 2A4C, which is still rotating around there, is actually disengaging now, realizing that it might be the prima target. Prima target here, which is aiming towards it. But Mix90 is moving both units out of there. Yeah, great choice. Streltsy should reveal that there's nothing there anymore. So the Prima should be stopped, but it isn't stopped. Reload. Oh no, it stopped last second at 99% reload. Switching target. Layer 2A4C revealing itself. Prima now firing towards the YPR. Tick is stopped, 570 points. Goof in a great position now. Streltsy here engaging, and yeah, whoever outflanks the enemy here on this map is usually the one that got ahead in the past. And currently it's just that slight concave here for Scoof, and he is making it work. Getting those couple of side shots that allows you to get, and especially against Leo 2A4s, that is deadly. So the Prima here now re-aiming towards the Leo 2A4C again. That one is slowly moving forward. Might just be able to dodge this. So is now moving back. Okay, is now moving back in the right direction. Takes a bit of damage. Is getting into Conqueror's line of sight though. So that might be the wrong direction after all. Is rotating around in time. Eats a frontal Conqueror's hit. No T-72 there directed to kill it. YPR moved forward though. Did get killed. So the Prima keeps on racking up kills. Aims for the next Leo 2A4. Mix90 is absolutely busy trying to save all his units. Leo 2A4C gets hit once more. The B units have to move out of the way there. Cluster this time around landing in the middle of nowhere, but the Prima is the absolute game changer here right now for Scoof. If he can keep that reloaded for the next 22 minutes, I think his chances of getting enough kills that he can break the enemy here are pretty high. And he's winning the fights in the south right now as well. Mix90 trying to push back in, but there's just way too much there. Losing M113s, losing all the infantry. And has to be careful that this doesn't get into a route where he might just get pushed out of Echo at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Mix90 is trying to push back there, but just the PRI is just trying to take do free damage to the infantry that's been recently spotted. KCT Verkeners down south gives perfect information about basically where the MTLB was, and MTLB just running off to the School's great reaction against those long-range shots. And now the Motostrelki is getting closer to Leopard 2A4C in the forest. Oh no, this is even if they can't do the damage.
They get it routed, and they might get a side shot with that. No. Ooh, they don't get a side shot yet. They keep on pushing. The Leo 2A4C is running fast enough though that it likely is going to get out. But still, even with the route, it means that this thing is combat inefficient for a long while, and the Leo 2A4Bs could use a Predator, and they get a kill against the T-72A. Another T-72, B is rolling around. B1 with it as well. Another B1 moving in here towards the center. Whilst YPR with a good angle here does get a hit against the T-72B. That is pretty low now. Needs to smoke off. Layer 2A4s here in a good spot. Prima currently not reloaded. Biggest mistake by Scoof. Scoof wants to get as many shots as possible out of this. Whilst his Motostreltsy here get a bit more fire against the rear here. Captured the supply truck, so they were able to get a couple more shots. But the Layer 2A4C smoked off, and it's just now hiding away in the rear uh, without any supply. MR10 out of ammo right now as well. So the push towards Foxtrot might be working out. Acacia aiming towards the YPR 765 here, as this is one of the key units that can stop the T-72s. Together with the Leos. Leos being used at half hit points. This is a big gamble. They are the higher veterancy units, so they have the quicker aim time, and they get the stun. And they get the hit with the YPR as well. T-72B here is stuck, and it will get killed off. Artillery hits the YPR. Finally, the Prima gets reloaded. 20 minutes remaining. The YPR likely gonna go down. Ooh, or barely survives. Barely survives. Mix 90 with some important kills lately here to maybe hold on for a bit longer.
Yeah, great example of how the salvo length of 2 in the Pratt basically gave an immediate continuous shot to kill that T-72 before it could stun or smoke or move back here. We're seeing like Panzerinfanterie and Genie, the more expensive regular infantry, are now trying to hold the front line here, and they really are out there to just die. Their job is just keep this going on. There is a serious lack of logistics right now. 2 leader leopards are being bought, and I have a feeling that those might be the last leopards left here. There is a Rahti, a cargo truck here with 1,000 supply, but it hasn't been micro to give it supply away. Second supply truck coming in, but yeah, this every second that Mix 90 can take a breather here is necessary. Every kill to delay this is necessary.
Streltsy there, barely surviving and barely getting by. Scoof trying to get a push here towards the TOW 2s, losing some units there. Motostreltsy a bit out in the open there. And his the Leo 2A force lately surviving and not getting killed might have given Mix 90 enough of the mech force that you need to really start doing that roll in, roll out that you want to achieve with the Leo 2A force, where you can just run into a tank fight, get a kill, move back, resupply, and just get ahead with that, and eventually having enough Leo 2A4 firepower that you maybe get 2 kills without losing one. Because of the high speed, the Leo 2A force can be microed like this quite nicely. And this time around, they don't really get the kill, but they still get some good damage against the T-72 here. The Prima, 75% reloaded. That is really the unit that makes the difference. If that can get the Leos while they are in the repair situation, then this changes the equation massively. Well, yeah, currently T-72s, they're not gonna win against the Leo 2s frontally. And especially not in 1v1. And yeah, there we go. Another T-72 does bite the dust. Motostreltsy with the RPG-22 not quite good enough to get kills against Leos either, because that RPG is just not dealing enough damage. So Leo 2s currently mostly have to fear the Prima, but that is a unit to really put fear into their hearts, and it is currently aiming into a bad spot again. But that bad spot might be a good spot as a Leo 2A force moving towards it again.
Yeah, Mix 90 in down southeastern Delta, Mix 90 has used a small amount of units for a really big effect. Basically, the CNV and earlier on the PRI infantry fighting vehicles have basically done free damage at the Streltsy and pushed them to the right other side of the map. Now, basically clearing a free road for the leader to move in and start to tick again. And the Panzerinfanterie here cannot necessarily keep this fight up, but they can keep spotting the Saperi, and the CNVs and the Bofors guns, all of them can keep firing as long as no tanks are actually moved into this angle. And there are no tanks in this angle. The T-72B1 is firing from the northern side for a long range, but it cannot really maneuver to do anything without exposing itself to something. Now the Prima is firing and is getting imperfect shots here.
Yeah, and it should be stopping firing right now. It stops firing now. It's aiming for the Leo 2A4B. That one, it would be right on target on, but Mix 90 still has a bit to move, as the aim time is 20 seconds, and there is no CV next to the Prima, so those 20 seconds stay. CV unit goes down again. 16 minutes here to get the 500 points for Scoof. And lately, Mix 90 has started to do what you want to do with the the Leo 2s against the T-72 division. The Prima, though, now on target, and likely gonna get the kill there. Ooh, it's close, it's close, it's close. Unlucky rocket hits there, and the Leo 2A4C leader might actually get out. 2A4B leader is just really close. Leo actually might survive. Bofors goes down, but that's not the key unit. The key unit is this Leo 2A4B. And yeah, it does seem to survive. And the other Leo 2A4 is helping out against the T-72s again. 72 number currently not critical. Prima firing its last remaining shots into the emptiness as well. And Mix-90 has still enough supply here. MiG-27K in the sky, but there is an IHawk. And the T-72s currently not really getting into the position where they just force the Leos to fight them in imperfect ranges. So currently the Leos can just play peekaboo, come out of the forest, get a T-72B killed, and then move back again. And Scoof moving into that range again. With the Prima being empty, he can afford that. Prima currently not being reloaded again. Big mistakes here by Scoof in the managing his situation. He was ahead a good bit, but he's currently throwing it all away. T-72 is bleeding, and the Leo 2 is just not getting dealt with. He's not focusing them down enough, and if you don't focus down the Leos, they just gonna generate a lot of value. Another
The B1
Conqueror is going down without getting a kill.
Shot. It has not moved. It's gonna eat a second TOW2 shot. The B1. Oh, nearly dead.
Yeah, smoke play here now, but that is not really the solution either. You need to get the Leos killed, or at least get enough into the forest. Enough units. And the T-72B goes down to the TOW2 and not move far enough back. Oh no. Yeah, Scoof, it seems like it's getting late. He's playing pretty late at night right now. It's 4 games in, and these are the imperfections that happen in these moments, and they can cost you the series. Like, those losses lately were just a bit too much, most likely. He was really playing well with the flank in the north, but Mix-90 has it back under control, and it's hard to break this in 13 minutes, 50 seconds. Like, if the point situation would be the other way around, it might be okay here for Scoof, but he just lost too much to really have a pushing power here right now, and the Prima not being reloaded is just such a big miss here, as he could have had 1 or 2 more salvos throughout the game here, most likely, if those Mi-8s would have come in out earlier. And
yeah. MiG-27 fails, misses against the leader, even though there was a spotting against it, the M577, and even takes a hit from the IHawk. Quite bad luck with those there.
The MP2 leader goes down in the south as well. The CV gets the capture there for Mix-90. Oh, Motostrelci with the RPG gets the YPR. T-72 BK goes down. The T-72 is just really not generating the value that you want out of them. Genia Command goes down. The YPRs might go down in the north here, but the smoke play not really generating much. Not pushing forward. The YPR and so on can't really deal with the T-72, but there are still enough Leo 2s around. There is still another TOW2 here as well. And there are only 2 T-72Bs left on the battlefield. The Prima still good bit away from reloading. Strelzy's on the way. But yeah, Scoof had the momentum, and then he just couldn't keep on killing T-70 Leo 2s. It was really close. If that 1 hit point Leo 2 would have gone down, I think Mix-90 could have... Scoof could have broken Mix-90's forest, but that didn't happen. The shot did miss. The Leo survived 1 hit point, and in the end, Mix-90 here now starting to bring it around.
Yeah, I mean, one of the looking at reinforcements once again, we see what the players are going to try to do, and Scoof's forces are going into Delta, not just supporting Delta, but into Delta. And with the amount of forces sieging Delta on Mix-90's side, it's just sending good money after bad, really. I mean, it's not like there are any other angles. Realistically, cannot really be dealt with. They can't just manifest a force and attack Echo either. Moving these units into Echo would make them visible to a lot of recon around, and would basically break the defenses and maybe even allow for a Mix-90 to push into Charlie. So yeah, this is only the center must hold. There's nothing left here for Scoof strategically, and Mix-90 basically has everything out. And I didn't believe, I didn't reveal this, but I thought that Mix-90 was done earlier on today, a couple of times already, but still in the game, and I think you're correct about the fact that this really came down to a very thin wire. The Prima killed like one or two more leopards. Had there been one or two less toll two shots into the like front armor of T-72s, maybe if the T-72s would have moved less as individual fire support units and more as like a mechanized group. But of course, all of that, those strategies also would have their uh, own weaknesses. I think the only straight up skill issue here was that the Prima wasted a lot of its shots in just firing at guesswork, really.
And yeah, Prima now aiming here again towards the layer 2A4B. Is shooting now. Layer 2A4B not moving yet. Now starts to rotate out of there. And the Prima shots, they are pretty small clusters. And they didn't get the hits here once more. And there's nothing around currently to finish the job. As Mix 90 is just able to push forward now and just crush it all. And yeah, Scoof just gets overrun here now. He had the positions he needed, but he couldn't quite get the kills out of them that he wanted. And in the end, he now just gets killed by Leo 2s. That's the power of the Leo 2. Once you get a critical mass of them, they just can dictate the game with their fast speed and their insane fire killing power. That's why heavy tanks are so scary. They are not cost efficient until they are just unbeatable, and then the Leo 2A4 just rolls home to victory, home to the 3-1, and home to the WARNO League Season 5 championship, with Mix 90 taking the title, coming in as
Yeah.
favorite and going all the way here.
An excellent last game here for us. I personally did put my points for Scoof in this one, and I was happy to be proven wrong. Mix 90 really just the Mix 90's like unit composition strategy of getting out the cheapest possible infantry to just make sure that that there's never enough T-72s to actually break through. And I was constantly looking at the reinforcements, constantly thinking that damn, Mix is playing with fire. Just the like Scoof with the very little actual mech investment in the down southeast could have like built up a second front, but when the game was about the tanks either stopping or manifesting that large northern flank attack from Scoof, Mix was correct. That's what the game really was about. And like you said, the leopards with their maneuverability, with their stabilizers, with their cannons, they uh, they cannot be allowed to become too big of a problem. You can micro against or you can use your decision making to play against like one or two leopards, but by the time there's like four, the ability for them to peek out, open fire, and get back, it just starts becoming exponential. And no matter how many T-72s you have, they're just going to look like sitting ducks.
Yeah, and Mix 90 here taking it home with a really great game with those Layer 2A4s here in the end, coming out of a pretty rough situation, but turning it all around. And yep, similar to how he just kind of got it over the line on the airport. Scoof here scratching it 2 times in a row, but not quite able to finish getting it over the finish line. Does cost him the title in the end, meaning that he now has his second final loss in a row with his swaps in grand finals, but that still makes him one of the best Warno players of all time. And Mix 90 now goes up in those ranks together with great names like Team and Place as Warno League champions. So congratulations there. I Mix 90 unfortunately can't do an interview right now, so we won't get one there. But yeah, big congratulations to both of them once more. Was a fantastic series. Not one-sided at all. Babblegun, aka Scoof, got pretty close a couple of times there, just not quite able to do it in the end. And yeah, I'm a bit sad that we don't get the fifth map, because that matchup would have been awesome as well. But Mix 90 here finishing it off in game number 4.
Yeah, like you predicted this by you at the start of the cast series. You said that Mix 90's special ability really is to just win with every single style of division. And even though the 35th game didn't go as well as it could have, the I think you were correct that in with every single division, the unit compositions were just slightly odd to me, especially in the latest one. But and I think in Mix 90 just has a great understanding of what's going on and what should be prioritized. You generally want to have a mixed of balanced combined arms. There's this standard mode that a Warno player follows in vast majority of cases, and then you have somebody like Mix 90 who can pull out a a 9th infantry game or a 35th infantry game or theoretically a 4th armored game, and instead of playing standard, just takes those small calculated risks, knowing that knowing the actual importance, most likely from experience, considering how much he's been playing to reach that number 1 in the ranked.
Yep. And a really great final here. One of my favorites. Can't quite beat last season finals, but that was Pro Commie and Team and Plays on their absolute best, giving us all the way to game number 5. So I would, for me, it's the second best final and the best league season that we had so far. I'm really excited for the next one as well. We're gonna cover the other divisions and the third place match over the next couple of weeks, and then we're gonna have season number 6 starting in January. Sign up is going to go up soon. So if you don't want to miss that, be around. And once more, thanks to all of you for all of your support. Destry Lova here coming in with another $10. Big thank you there for all the contributions to the match Reno, which also I believe makes this the highest prize pool that we ever had in Warno League. So this is big as well. And it also saves me from a 24-hour stream, so I'm not that disappointed that we didn't go all the way to the 1K. But yeah, thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks to all of you for playing. And big thanks to you, Chlorite, for once more being my partner in crime here for getting these casts done. That was an
Thank you.
absolute pleasure.
No, someday I hope we'll be able to do something honest, but unfortunately, that this is just what the economy is nowadays.
Yeah. And with that said, guys, it was an amazing day. We're gonna be back with more Warner over the next couple of days and weeks. As I said, a bit more there to cover. And you're gonna have to see me in the Elvis costume in the next season once we have that here as well. Once the UK lets me get that.
I told Protoss to do the Elvis costume anyways, just some sunglasses, some pomade, and black hair dye, but he didn't receive it well.
I was actually looking for it into it, but I also didn't have the material for that either. So
Well,
yeah, we gonna have that around next time, and yeah, gonna finish off the predictions here as well, and gonna send you over to somebody else. Who do we have here? Is Vulcan HD? Vulcan HD Gaming is playing, but he's playing EU5. Let's call him out on that, guys, and see you all next time. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
bye.
Round.